soul journey of life on social media.
This is an awakening.
Snap out of it! The light dome.
Yes, indeed. Once again, this is your brother, Abdul Wadud, aka Questman, coming at you live. Soul Journey of Life, the conscious social media. Give me a second here. I don't want to make a mess. I just wanted to add a little bit of cane sugar to this coffee, if you don't mind. I was trying to be quick about it, and then, time has a way of doing that type of thing. Okay. So, to begin with, I'd like to greet you by saying Salam Alaikum, Shalom, Hotep, peace and blessings be with you. Welcome, and perhaps we will dig in on yet another opportunity to contemplate, to reflect, and as we do. But how are we doing today? How are you doing? How's your health? How's your mind? How's your body? How's the family? How's um, the town you live in? And I'm hoping that you have reasons to be optimistic about um, your life, your fate, the results of what you put forth, that they are something that you are, that you feel merit um, goodness, good results, good outcome. And today's topic, today's title, as you can see, it's I don't know, it's been worn, it's been tried on, worn out. People have talked about things of this nature for a long time. So what I'm talking about here, the title may give you the idea that it's nothing new, but it's a title, it's a subject matter that I just I feel important, given the nature of things today. Many of us, uh, we take life for granted. I'm gonna just be straightforward. We take life for granted as if we were going to be around forever, never thinking of the idea that tomorrow, the next hour, the next second could be it as far as your life as you know it. And so, for me, I can't speak for anyone else, but for me, my positions, my perspectives, my understanding of self, my understanding of the world I live in, it matters. And I'm not the type of person to just take anything for granted. Just like, if I rolled up on you trying to sell you a vacuum cleaner and tell it's happened before. And tell you like, look, this vacuum cleaner, for the right price, it'll work. It's everything that you need. He might be telling the truth. He might be 100%, but many of us are going to have a lot of questions, a lot of doubts, because for one, you don't want to buy something. Uh, this is not the way you're used to buying something. At least in the West, when you go to the supermarket, you go to the shopping center to buy your vacuum cleaner, not from somebody rolling up on you. And in Africa, on the other hand, that might not be so strange for someone to roll up on you with a vacuum cleaner, with the idea of selling it to you. But uh, in both cases, though, what is in common in both cases is speculation. You understand? You're not going to just take the person at face value. In Africa, you might even try to bring down whatever he says the price is. You understand? You might haggle a little. Um, in the West, I haven't seen too much of the haggling. Usually when people go someplace, they tend to accept the price as it's posted on the package. They never think. And to be honest with you, I've done it before. I've been to places, to Walmart and to different types of shopping places where I look at the price, or I look at what I put out there for the scale, and I say, if I had a coupon, you would have been able to reduce it for 20% off. But here I don't have the coupon, but yet you see the price is like just at a certain margin. You might as well go ahead and give it to me for 25% off. I mean, it makes sense at the end of the day. It puts a smile on the customer's face. You get, your profit margin, you meet your profit margin. I go home happy. And of course, the person standing there is confused, like, like, what is he talking about? What do you? I said, just get your manager real quick. They'll understand. Your manager will understand. Your manager knows how to mark up and mark down and all this stuff. They get the manager. The manager, I break it down to the manager. Like, look, I ain't trying to. I know you got things to do. I'm just saying, this could easily be 20% off, or okay, 10% off. A coupon says the same thing. I just don't happen to have a coupon to scan, but I did buy plenty that would make any Walmart a county happy. So I'm just trying to be a little happy myself as I purchase these items. And 9 times out of 10, maybe it's because the manager is seeing, oh man, this line is getting long and this guy's holding it up for over 20%. Let me go ahead and give him this discount. It could be because of that, or it could be, hey, let's go ahead and give him this, and so he can get on out our way. Whatever the case may be, the whole point is that's still haggling, and I know, like I said, some of us have the mindset to take things at face value. When it's in a certain situation, for some reason, you're more likely to trust Walmart than the brother rolling up on your car with the same vacuum cleaner. And let's say you get the one at Walmart, and you got to do what? You got to do what? You got to take it back because something's wrong with it. And you got to hope that customer service agrees with your story to, to give you your refund or to replace it with a new one. But the brother on the street, what's the difference? You know, you don't know. Well, I don't know how you got that. You don't know how Walmart gets what they get. We make assumptions. I'm talking about when you look deep in the line of how import exports are going, how things are assembled, where the factory is that makes these things, what type of people are there. Is it adults? Is it children? These things happen in the world. My point is, we take a lot of things that come at us. We have a way of categorizing it based upon where it comes from. We our trust levels are different. So if an old man came up to you talking about the divine, and maybe he's got some streaks of red in his hair, his beard looks unkempt and uneven or whatnot, maybe a few locks are hanging out here and there, and he's telling you, like, brother, check yourself. And you're like looking at him like, what do you mean check yourself? What are you trying to say? What did I do to you? And you just didn't catch what he was saying because he said check yourself. But if someone in the mosque or in the church said the same thing at the podium, you'd be like hallelujah or Allahu Akbar. And only because one is more personal and one is at Walmart, one is at the shopping center, one is at a facility that's got the branding to cater towards this type of thing. That because it's this facility, they must be authentic. They must have all their ducks in order. So whatever they're saying, it must be boom. That must be what it is. Pause for a second here because I just want to make sure that my audio is working. Okay, the audio is working, the microphone's working. And so all I'm saying is, paint the picture a certain way, and all doubts for some reason vanish. But as soon as something is presented to us in a stereotypical way, like in a way that we've been taught to put up our guards to or something like that, and immediately, we either have all these questions, or we're just overwhelmed with doubts about, if not the message, the source of the message, the messenger. We're doubtful about that. So I think it's important to reflect upon these type of things, um, because your life, if you value your life, if you value the own breath you breathe, I mean, it makes sense, right? To make sure that whatever you are upon, whatever you say you're upon, that it's 100. If you say you're solid, that whatever you're upon should be just as solid as you say you are yourself. But how can you know? How can you verify? How can you authenticate where you stand? And in this particular talk, I'm really digging in at many of us, and myself included. We are, what could be described as people of a book. You understand? Many of us, we rely upon our holy scriptures, be it Quran, be it the Holy Bible, whatever it may be. Um, we when it comes to a reference point regarding talking religiosity, regarding talking any spiritual matter, we are oratories, we are encyclopedias, or this tends to be our avenue for communicating any matter. You understand? We resource these means, and this isn't alive to talk about whether that's right or wrong approach. But the question of the hour being, without a book, how would how would you be able to either present your case? How would you know? How would you be able to authenticate your position if you had no book? And the other way of putting this is, if you had no book, how would you know? Because if you came to a person who, one, could not speak well the English language, maybe they don't even know the word God, and you're trying to break down to this person something that you know perceive to be true, how would you present to him, how would you defend your case if you had no scriptures or pages uh to base your position on? It's kind of hard when you can't say, well, turn to chapter such and such, verse such and such. What do you do now? What do you do? So I want to put some disclaimers, as I like to do when it comes to talking like this. This isn't this religion against that religion. This isn't uh, to believe in quote unquote God or not to believe in quote unquote God. This isn't any kind of anything that's meant to uh, poke a hole in anybody's heart. You understand? Or make you feel small, or make you feel inferior, or make you feel like an attack's going on to your faith or your ideology or anything like that. No one is talking to any of you directly. If you feel like there's someone talking to you, maybe perhaps there is, but it's not necessarily your brother, but it's your own, inner self, perhaps, that's trying to communicate. But in this case, there's no any one person that I'm talking to. If anything, I always like to tell you up front that, when I talk, it's like I'm talking to a mirror. That gives me only one person to talk to, myself. So, if I'm offended by what I have to say, then that's something that I have to take up with, guess who? Me. Like, wait a minute, Abdul, I don't like what you just said. So what you gonna do about it? Okay. So, so I'm saying that because, sometimes I get these communications or whatnot where someone feels like I was directing something towards them. And that's never the case on Soul Journey of Life, unless I specifically identify a person, that this person, I'm talking about this person, then you would know. Because there's no reason for me to bite my tongue. There's no reason for me to, speak otherwise. One, not a coward. So I like to speak my mind on camera, off camera. My voice is the same. My way of communicating remains the same. And people who know me know this to be true, because I feel, I'm confident with what I accept as true. Why should I bite my tongue? Why should I make it small if just because I happen to be in the presence of someone who does not? That doesn't make sense to me. So when I'm in your presence, I've got to pretend to not be who I am. I got to pretend to not have the values and principles or beliefs, if you would, that I have, just because you happen to be present. So I've got to now candy coat my words, because listening ears that might be listening into my life might be offended because I'm speaking what is true to me. How does that work? So, I wouldn't do the same to you. If you were speaking what is true to you, to me, and we're respecting each other, where do we go wrong in that? So anyway, that's the disclaimer for that. Um, that you can have for what is to come hereafter, as far as what I like to would like to talk about. I was looking at a term or a phrase or a statement or a sentence, and I was thinking to myself, "Whoa, this is loaded with you know problems." The um, term I would first of all like to start off with is a term that's common amongst many of us in the West and some of us in the motherland, Africa, who's been coerced to speak English. And later on, we take pride in speaking English. Like, I guess this is an achievement. If you're African and you learn to speak English, you've now gone from here to here. It's silly to me, but this is what's our state is, our conditions are today. Rather than taking pride in uplifting our own culture, our own identity, even our own language, and authenticating that and establishing scholarship with the tongue of our own people. Then we can be proud. You see, he's talking intelligent, but he's talking intelligence in Swahili, or he's talking intelligence in Timne, or he's talking intelligence in Soninke, or he's talking intelligence in whatever language you can put up there. He's intelligent. He's just not talking it in English. So what? But the term God, I have a bone to pick with using this word, and I know many of us are so used to using this word God, but I have a problem with it because there's just things that are associated with this term, this word, or this use of words, a word that I'm not satisfied with using that, even in this course. And I put it there. You see it in the title because I know it's a term that, again, many of us are familiar with. Okay, so, but one of the things that like I trace some things out: grammar, lexicon, all these type of things regarding words. I did it with the word one. Many other words I've done it with. And of course, I would have to do it. I've done it with the, and if I think if you were to pursue, some research on the origins of that word, like the Germanic origins, things like that, you would find that it. I'm not making this up, but it goes to a sound or a word that sounds just like the word goat, like bad goat, right? So why would I want to refer to the Most High as a goat or anything that sounds like a goat? Because that's the origin of the word. We say a lot of English words today where the articulation is off from what it used to sound like. Goat, good, God, all those are terms from which the origin of God comes from. And if you do the research in phonetics, you find out that certain sounds originally, if you go up the chain, the meanings tend to be common. They tend to be more and more. Well, it meant this originally. If you go, if don't have to take my word for it, go to the like the word, the letter aleph, aleph, alpha, alpha. All these words, all these letters or sounds implied a similar thing. The animal we call an ox today, that would have been aleph or alpha. The symbol that represented that, if memory serves me correctly, was a symbol that was used to refer to that animal. So there's that. You find similar things in the case of certain sounds, certain phonetics, like we're talking about here, the word God, goat, good, gut, goat. You're not take my word for it. I think if you were to Google it, you understand. Google has where you can press a button and hear the sound of how a word is pronounced. Type in the word GOTT. The German word GOTT, the Germanic word, and press how it sounds, and you will hear goat, goat, bad goat. That's the origin of your favorite word to use, God. So, I, I like to try to find other ways to deal with this, ways that uh, can collaborate with other, peoples. I could easily say Allah. I could easily say Yahweh or Yahweh. I could say these terms, but they're terms that what I want to say, so that are not necessarily accepted to be inclusive by other people. In other words, when you say a certain word, immediately you're branded a certain way, and no one will give you a listening, a innocent listening, as if you said something that they accepted also. Then maybe they will give you a listening. But that's the problem we have. We're so divided and broken up that even our ears are divided with the sounds that we say to each other. So that we can't even say a sound without being framed or captured in a box. And so, how do you make sense of anything when that's the state of how we are today? Let alone how can we unify? And in this case, the unity I'm talking about is a unity of minds, a unity of hearts, and of course, a unity of what it is that we are. So we can't use that word, pardon me here, because I've got to rearrange this. And not only can we use that word, but to carry on with the challenge of the hour, what would we say anyway? What would we say? And maybe we might come to how some of the ancestral words are still said to this day in some way or some fashion. You understand? And when I'm saying ancestral words, let me say, for example, if you go to the eastern areas, particularly in the area known as India today, you have a people who practice what they call a divine sound. A divine sound. And that sound, if you've ever heard it before, it's om. And they say this is the voice of the Most High. They'll say in words. This is a divine uh, voice, a divine sound, the sound of the heavens, they say. Where do they get that idea from? I will, point you to a direction where you can get, an idea or a response to that question. Some astronomers would attempt to record certain qualities of sound in the cosmos, particularly the sound of the sun. You ever wondered what the sun sounds like? You ever wondered what it sounds like if you were to leave the atmosphere of Earth? But one thing I can tell you is that things change when you leave the atmosphere of the Earth, because you no longer have, the atmosphere, wind, the oxygen that the Earth houses. You understand? You no longer have these things once you leave the parameters of the Earth. The rules of wind, the rules of sound, the rules of light, everything changes. You think the sun is yellow, right? You think the sun is yellow, but the sun isn't yellow. It looks like it's yellow when you see those rays of light penetrate the atmosphere of the Earth. And because the atmosphere of the Earth has a certain tint to it, those rays that are receptive, that are able to pass through, rather, those are the rays that you get to see. You don't get to see the rays that the atmosphere of the Earth prevents. You understand? To give you a perspective, if you can think of the old-fashioned cameras, when you take a picture with the old cameras, you had something inside that you call film. I know I'm speaking foreign tongue to modern to the generation of the day, perhaps, but we didn't have smartphones. You had cameras with film inside, a roll of film. But the thing about that film is it had to go through a process in order to be developed into a photo, and that process started with something called a negative. That was what the image looked like before it was developed into the prisms of light that we see now, the aspects of light that you see now that you would look at when you look at a photograph. But what did the image look like before that? For example, if you took a melanated person and looked at the negative version of that's what they call it, a negative version of a melanated person, like your brother, I look like a Three Musketeer candy bar, right? If you took a Three Musketeer candy bar, laid it next to me, we would look like, okay, whatever. But in a negative, that's not how I look. I look green. I look green, family. Green, seriously. And the darker you are, the more green you look. The brighter that green tends to look. So, like brothers from the Sudan, they're looking like a bright, shiny green. That's what they look like in a negative. Why am I saying this? Because I mentioned to you that the sun doesn't look like what you see in the morning sky if you were outside of the Earth's atmosphere. Instead, it looks greenish. I'm just saying. It looks greenish, like a greenish white color. You understand? That's what it looks like according to the perspective of what you would see outside of the Earth's atmosphere. So those who study say. So why is this important? Well, man, I'm trying to stay on a subject, but anytime I tap into certain things, I see doors, tempting doors that we could talk about that. That's deep all by itself. But let's keep that door closed for the proper time. Suffice it to say that if you were to leave the Earth's atmosphere, the sun has a white greenish look, not yellow. It doesn't look yellow. And there are other stars that have a more pronounced look than that. And yet we see them here as red, or we see them as blue or white, and so on. Like, if memory serves me correctly, the star known as Betelgeuse, however it got that name, it looks red here on Earth. It looks red. However that translates outside of the Earth's atmosphere, it can be understood if you understood the prisms of color and how they transition between the opposite. Like, if I shine green light through a blue film, what is it going to look like on the other side of that blue film? If I shine a blue light through yellow film, what is it going to look like? Anyway, let's carry on. So, if anything we could get out of that is perspective. You understand? Perspective. Your perspective changes, and All this I was trying to associate. Imagine just how much I was able to say just from me talking about the sound from the east. Now, why did I even mention the term anyway? If we go further to the motherland, you'll find out that a similar sound was used in ancient Kemet. I said the word right? But imagine I said now to you amen, amen. Does that sound familiar? Amen. I'm saying these things because I'm asking, what would we say if we had to, talk about the matter and we didn't have any Bible or Quran that had something to tell us about the matter? What would we do? What would we say? Would we be doomed because we don't have a Bible or Quran to guide us along the way? Would we be in eternal damnation because of this case, or would we still be able to communicate with each other about the very same matter? How did we get and amen? Even to this day, at the end of a prayer, if I say the last ayat of the Quran, and this is just to make a point, not to source it as a source of reference for facts or fiction or anything, but to source a point regarding a certain word that I'm going to say at the end. Listen to the word that I say at the end. I'm going to recite the whole verse, the whole chapter, but I want you to hear what I say at the end. Those who know what I'm going to recite, you know what I'm going to recite. It's called Al-Fatiha, which means the opening, the conquering, and so on. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Ameen. What did I say at the end of that? At the end of every time we say that, when we are doing the ritual prayer we call salat, we say Ameen. Where did that come from? Did it just fall from the sky? If you go to a church and they're singing a song or they're reciting a prayer of a sort, at the end of the prayer, you would hear the whole congregation saying Amen. Sometimes an organ will be playing in the background, going along with the melody. So we're saying the same word in church. We're saying it in the mosque. We're saying it in temples. Where did we get this word from? Why are we saying the same sound that ancient Kemet had to say, that the people in the East have to say? What's with this sound? I don't know if you ever heard them manifest this sound in India, but what they do is they find a place, a bit of an elevated place, where the voice can travel, and they have people that can pitch their voice at a very low frequency. I'm using that word frequency on purpose. But the voice sounds, I don't know if I could find it to you real quick. Maybe I can. Maybe I can find it. And I'll do that here shortly. But let me finish this. At a very low frequency, you hear them saying, and it don't sound like this, but it sounds very, very deep, even mystical. But where would they get this where would it come from? You understand? If all books are closed, and all you had to rely on is your six features or senses, your six senses that you have. Yeah, you have six. Okay, I know some people who think we're just flesh and blood, they perceive that we only have five. But the fact that we can perceive anything tells you that there's another sense other than the five, because how are you going to perceive those five without the six? Anyway, and it's even deeper than that. The more you become aware. So the title said the existence of God. Can we know without a book? The existence of God. Can we know without a book? And I'm going to take a moment of pause But before I go, I just want you to reflect upon these words that I responded to that title with. I said we have to deal with this. Even the structure of this question is full of problems, since for me the word existence in God, based upon the understanding of the meaning of the word God that we're talking about here, I'm going to say the Most High. The word existence and the Most High are synonymous. It is like to say the existence of existence. How can we know without a book? That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? The existence of existence. But that's exactly what's being said when you say the existence of God, the existence of existence. Okay, let us take just a moment. And while we're taking this moment, um, maybe I can find that little element that I was talking about, or an example of it. It's all over YouTube. You'll find examples, but it's interesting to me in connection with what we're talking about when it comes to this, you know, what many of us, our position of it, this truth of reality. Excuse me. Let's do this and then that. Let's see here. I don't know if it'll go over there or not. I know what I have to do. Gotta do this. Got to do this. I appreciate it very much. These type of things, they take a lot of moments of contemplation, and that's not always easy when you're living with the obligations of this world, and you're reflecting upon the obligations of the more truer aspect of world or existence. It's challenging. It's very challenging. So let me share this. Be right back. You can't defy your destiny. Truths I hold to. And you can't defy reality. Undeniable. It don't matter how you feel. You can't deny what's real. I'm coming at you one more time, one more line, one more rhyme. Dropping signs in your ear. Image in the pier, much closer than it appears. Perhaps that's the real deal of what you fear. Don't kill the messenger. Reality check with a range you get wet. Truth expose your abracadabra antics, leaving you naked like various skeletal stances. Spooky cats hide in the shadows of devilish glances. If you only knew, we can see you, but do what you do. I'm just passing through. Quest man, mad habits grabbing mics again, spitting words and rhymes that make a nappy head spin. Reaching top shelves of wealth of eye-opening knowledge, yet heads ain't ready. What do we do? All I know is we need a serious breakthrough. Even this is a crash course task just to get through to you. I'm talking to the man in the mirror. Could it be any clearer? You can't defy your destiny. Truths I hold. And you can't defy reality. Undeniable. It don't matter how you feel. Undeniable. You can't deny what's real. You make the bed you lie in, could be the bed you cry in or even dying. You still fighting on and on, trying to defy it. Why try it? Quit lying to yourself. You need help. I don't roll with the make-believe. There's the door, I make you leave. Unroll the scrolls if you hang with me. And you can't say that. It's knowledge itself. I say more of nothing else. Roll my boat up the stream. See lotus blossoms in my dreams. Searching for celestial highland. Where have I been? Give me a high five, man. You understand? I guess you were expecting me to drop some
some gibberish, but rumors of war got the people shivering. I gotta speak for real and manifest what a warrior is. Deep and wide, the thought is about to boil over when we unify. No lie, they say I got the gift of gab. It's just a sword I used to cut the wheat from grass. You can't define your destiny. Truths I hold to. And you can't define reality. Undeniable. It don't matter how you feel. Undeniable. You can't deny what's real. I manifest in the flesh, a burner's brash. You don't like that? Well, you can kiss my black. Pass me a glass of that God-given math. The artifact. Check out the way I high step. I don't mean to brag, but my flow is high-tech, like Moto 5G stylist. There's often conjectures of bogus lectures. Who you silly imposters? Better go get your agent masters and tell them, I think we got a problem. My soul is divine breath, yet I exhale the stress from my chest. Least brutality, killing ones of the likeness of my flesh. I don't mean to sound cynical, but I ain't trying to be a sitting duck. At some point, you gotta agree, enough's enough. What are we waiting for? Either we unify or die. No more tears, no more cries. To all the soldiers, keep your fist up in the sky. Let the people realize we're still alive. No, you can't defy your destiny. And you can't define reality. Undeniable. It don't matter how you feel. You can't deny what's real. Undeniable.
Okay. So I was able to find a few clips of this sound that many of us have, some of us have probably heard, some of us may not have. Sometimes the box we live in limits what we listen to or what we hear or what, information we, take in or consume. Sometimes that's a good thing because, we put up defenses that can protect us from things that we shouldn't allow into us or to be consumed by us. But sometimes those same defenses block out things that would have been would have enlightened us further, or increased us in an overstanding, a broader overstanding about why, how, what we exist. But here is, let me start by this, the first sound. I'm gonna do this sound. So this is, let me take the panel now. This is the sound, and it's the same. The sound is from the same source that the word amen and amin and amen come from. When you trace and understand where those words get, where they come from, all those words and the sound come from the same exact origin. The question you have to deal with is why. How did this become the case? You understand? Where would we get this sound from? Where would we get it from? You understand? And why would we see it as divine? Sometimes when we look at what other people are doing, if we don't understand them, just like when people look at us when they don't understand us, we may try to interpret or make a claim of what they must be doing rather than inquire. And as a result, we end up branding people, misbranding people, titles that don't properly fit. So there's that sound. To me, it's it's a pleasant sound. Let's carry on. Let me show this. So in this case, listen you got that sound, but listen to the sound behind that. Let me try to find another. I want to find one where you just hear the sound of the sun itself. Let me see if I can find that. commercials. This one might do it, it might not. Okay, listen carefully. Remember when I was telling you that the sound outside of the Earth's atmosphere, rules for how sound travels is different. Here, sound has, you know, in obstacles that are in the way of traveling of sound is different. The way to put this in perspective is think about when you shine light on something, an object, and then you can see that light bounce off and reflect somewhere else in the room. Sound is not quite like light, but it travels in a path similar to light, similar to sound, similar to light. Path, not straight as it may seem. Light travels in a spiral, not necessarily a straight beam. Series of vibrations. But listen to this sound of the sun. I mean, it'd be nice if somebody could put in the chat words that equate to the sound or letters equate to the sound that you sound is understand, you know, instinct that are passed down sounds in the formula that we have today. Common sounds that our ancestors have been carrying on to today. We keep saying the same sound all of the prayers. Anything that connect devotion, somehow sound sound is involved. Saying that the sun, God, I am the sun, mighty factor in how we manifest on this planet. You know what interests me the most? How highly we think of this sun right now. 300,000 being that we are little tiny insignificant seed that shoot out from the human pride of the life that we manifest. Then we look at objects and consider them as inferior even. Why should we say? Um, Now, of course, hearing that with plugged in ears, it's not going to mean much. It's just audio to many of us. It's just audio. It doesn't really have any connection because we're not connected with what we exist in. And so when we're not connected with what we exist in, then we just perceive ourselves to be nothing more than flesh and blood, just a bunch of blood cells, neurons, muscle cells. That's it. That's all that you are of. Then something like the sound of the big star. That's the closest star to us. It doesn't matter much, does it? Until you begin to understand that the nature of that star is also in you. I'm just saying these are important things. And so I ask, when we study astronomy, one of the things you learn in astronomy is the cycle that different things have. So for example, when stars collapse or die, what is dying for a star is to collapse to become something like a neutron star or a dwarf star or something of that nature, only to implode into a supernova. It collapses and then eventually it implodes, producing all kinds of gas. Hear that word, because I want to use that word gas later on, because we're breathing gas right now. Take a deep breath of the gas that you breathe, right? And I'm not saying that somebody in the room let one out. I'm saying that this oxygen is a kind of gas. The breath you breathe is a kind of gas. Where is it coming from? It's a kind of gas. Um, Anyway, the gases, develop into an environment that caters towards matter consolidating. Unless you have, the earth, the dirt, the rocks that develop out of all of that. Again, to a material head who doesn't connect with the deeper aspects of this, is nothing more than rocks, like rocks, paper, scissors. There's nothing more than rocks, nothing more than flesh. Doesn't mean much of anything. Doesn't mean much of anything. Wow. Sometimes I pause because I start to think about, just, even what I'm talking about, and I'm thinking about, what I envision within, and it gets heavy sometimes. I have to just pause for a minute. Like, man, how do you deal with that? If I wanted to share that with you, how would I communicate it the way it comes when it's in its raw form? This situation here is like my best effort in doing that, or my rhymes and things of that nature. My best effort in trying to share with you, what I reflect upon as an individual. So, for me, existence is one. There's not multiple existences. There's one existence. Of course, the question still remains, how do you know? And my objective here is to communicate a conversation without sourcing any verses from the Quran, as much as I might want to, or any verses or chapters from the Bible. And for me, in my case, because I don't just reference these alone, I'll even try not to refer to the Bhagavad Gita or any other sources that there may be. You understand? When it comes to sources that are accepted or considered scripture, for me, scripture takes on a whole nother meaning. So, it's a lot deeper than just, paper back books or books with pages made of paper from trees. It's valid for me. It has a valid place. But here, my objective is to explore the question at hand without a book. How do you know? Without a book, how do you know? Can you? I'll throw a question at you. Can you know mathematics without a book? I mean, we go to school. The teacher hands you a book titled Mathematics, Stage 1 or something like that. But if the teacher did not do that, if the teacher moved that book away to class, one, I don't care if I get fired, but we're not learning math this way today. Give me your books. Let's say she took all those books and piled them and sent them off, to the recycling bin. How are you going to learn your math? Can you still learn your math? Did she now take away your only way to learn mathematics by taking the books? Similarly, if you woke up, you went to the church the next Sunday, and the pastor was like, I'm sorry, but don't I have some news for you today? Let the church say amen. Don't I have some news? The congregation says yes, but they're wondering what the news is. If you look around, look behind your seats or whatnot, you notice there aren't any Bibles. There aren't even any hymns, because some churches have hymns, books of songs that they sing. So, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to do this without the word of God, he would say. In the mosque next door, across the street or whatever, because sometimes in some cities it'd be just like that. You turn around the corner, there's a mosque there, there's a church there. Sometimes there's a church across from the street from the church, and the mosque just a block down the way. I mean, I don't know. This is what it is. I'm just wondering, congregation go to that church, what happens to this church? Anyway, it'd be a little difference that causes them to say, well, we need our own church, or we need our own masjid. This is what happens. But imagine he's getting ready to give his Friday khutbah. And it might not be the case. The case might not be the same in the masjid. I will admit that. But brothers and sisters, after he says, "Ya ayyuhalladhina aminu," after he says all of that, brothers and sisters, I have news. Every Quran on the face of the earth, somehow, some way, has vanished. My homeboy from across the street, he just told me that every Bible that they had and every Bible on the face of this earth vanished. I'm just trying to figure out if the congregation will be like, oh, what do we do? What do we do now? There's got to be a sign. That's probably what happened. It's got to be a sign. It's got to be a divine sign. It must be the sign of the last day. I mean, because there is a scenario that plays out that one of the signs would be the removal of the Quran. That's said to be one of the signs. I think there's something similar in the Christian perception of signs of the last day when it comes to the removal of the knowledge of the Most High. And they're referring to scriptures. But what would be the outcome? What will people do the next day or that day? How will they survive? In the case of as a Muslim, the answer would be easy because most people, you got a congregation of people who actually memorize the Quran. They memorize it by heart. But what I'm saying here, for the sake of my example, so we can get that off the table too, is the Bible and the Quran, Bhagavad Gita, all scriptural books vanish, including in memorization. You wake up, you are a hafiz, meaning one who memorized the entire Quran by heart. And you're like, somebody says, brother, I heard you're a hafiz. Can you recite to me Surah An-Nas, which is the last surah of the Quran? And that's a small one too, by the way. It's like a few verses. I don't know. I mean, it's like I knew it, and then I don't. Anyway, what would you do? What would humanity do? And what I'm saying is, imagine that was the case from the jump street, that we didn't have these tools at our, as part of our means of teaching about the Most High. What would you do? I mean, because, and a reason why this is an important question for me or for anybody that might be, might connect with what I'm getting at, is because it's easy to say to answer the question, how do you know? Well, it's easy because my book says so. But then, if you go to India, their books say so too. If you go to Saudi Arabia, their books say so too. If you go to Italy, their books say so too. Some people have got rocks that say so. Some people got writings on walls that say so. So if all these people are saying so, that this is how we know. But yet, when they come to the table, everybody's drawing up a different conclusion, enough to cause them to be hostile towards each other, to fight each other, to shed each other's blood. Then something is missing there. How is it that we can all sing songs about unity and be the most divided? How can we sit there and say how much we love thy neighbor, loving your brothers, all these things, being about the people of peace, all these kind of things, and yet produce the kind of violence that you see in the world if that was the case? I'll be nice, because it's not quite the case. There are other factors at play here. But I think that when we have certain veils before our eyes, it makes it difficult for us to recognize and identify, you understand, where ill is at and where remedy is at. It makes it difficult. It makes it very difficult. So I say this to you, and my hope is that we take alarm with how important this is. Why do we need to take alarm? Because we're in a day and age where the hostilities are at an all-time high. And as comfortable as you may be sitting where you are sitting, the threat level of your very vital existence is at an all-time high. And what will you do about that? Are you sure about where you stand? Are you absolutely sure that you will put your life on the what do you call it, the betting table? Say, okay, if you're so sure, why don't you put your life right there and let's see. Are you that confident about where you stand? And if you are so confident, how do you know? How can you defend that confidence? How can you protect the truth that you stand upon? And more so, without a book. Without a book. If you had no book to point to, how would you be able to defend your position, your truth? I reflected upon this even as I'm saying it to you, and even as I was preparing this presentation, and I thought about some of the most basic things, some of the most basic proofs for me that I observe daily. Some of them, you know, uh, are acquired, meaning they've come along the way on my journey. Some of them, they've been with me since I came into being, manifesting in this earth. For example, somebody might smile at this one. When I look into the eyes of my wife, I see the Most High. When I look into the eyes, when I had the opportunity to look into the eyes of my father, look into the eyes of my mother, I see the Most High. When I look into the eyes of the ones of the one looking back at me in the mirror, my own reflection, when I look into those eyes, I see the Most High. When I look into the eyes of my children, in each one, I see the Most High. When I look everywhere around me, I see the Most High. Now, and it doesn't stop there. And I know, you know, me speaking in the way that I do right now might be driving many people, especially many Orthodox people, crazy because of what they interpret from their authorized books or scriptures. Because everyone perceives that what they have, what they are upon, is absolutely right, the divine words of the Most High. And for me, ironically, I'm suggesting that their scriptures are right. But oftentimes, our vision can be a bit blurred, and it makes it hard for us to see even words that are read before us, that are right before us to read. And so as a result, our interpretation tends to be a bit blurry. That's why I tend to say, when people say, "Well, don't you believe? Don't you?" Yes, I do believe in the context of what's written there. I just don't believe in what you are telling me. There's a difference. What that says and what you are telling me sound different in my ears. You're saying something. I hear what you're saying. I'm reading the same text that you're reading. We're both reading the same text, but all the same, what you're saying and what this is reading out to me, it's not quite adding up. But that doesn't mean you're wrong. I don't say you're wrong if because I don't grab that you are speaking out of a desire for yourself to be misguided. But I'm saying here, it's not, the math isn't mathing to me. You understand? So I say for us, at the end of the day, we can, agree to disagree on this particular thing or this particular thing, but you're still my brother, you're still my sister, and I love you like that, right? But if you were in complete isolation from humanity, imagine, with nothing but you and a rock to sit on, how would you think to recognize the Most High? What would be the avenue that would bring about such an awareness that the Most High is true, is real? Because imagine a person that came up to you and asked you, "So, what are you doing?" And you look up to that person, "I'm contemplating the Most High. Meaning I'm thinking about the Most High." And he says to you, "Oh, how do you know? How do you know that there is a Most High?" What's your answer? How do you respond? What do you say back to such a person when he asks you this? One of the things I've experienced is the use of the terms that we apply when we're talking about this, the Most High. Often it tends to be a sound that we speak, or a collection of words that we speak, that for me it sounds like separation. It sounds like division. It sounds like disassociation. I'm gonna try to show you some examples of people trying to defend the or prove, if you would, the Most High. And to me, even that sounds strange to my ears. The fact that we believe we need to prove the Most High at all. To me, that's astonishing. That's as if to say that somehow the Most High is so diminutive, so weak, so powerless that by default the proof is clear and manifest that whether you prove or do not prove, the Most High proves. You understand? But it just, I mean, we argue day and night. We've been arguing for years. Humanity, I'm talking about, of these type of matters, and it amazes me at just how little regard we give the very one we say we're defending. I'm just looking, at that background behind me, thinking about how all this is kept together, how all this is kept in the motion and operation, a fluid system. And you're telling me that little old me has to speak words to defend the one who is the originator of all this to you because you don't see the same? I don't know. I mean, all I could just say is, observe. That's what I've been doing. I've been observing, using sight and sound, using, the awareness of self, and the path goes on. Let me see if I could do this. Hopefully, because I've got these tabs. I can close that one now. I can close that, and I can close that. I like that one too. Um, let's look at this real quick. This is all tied into this. And see, I'm a brother. I'm talking to you from the position of being, like I said, I'm not talking to you from the position of like a quote unquote the stereotypical atheist. I don't even like these type of words because to me, the way they're used doesn't even apply to the ones that they're labeled these things. Sometimes you've got people who are labeled um, Christian or even the word Muslim as a label, and they just don't fit the description. And the same is the case with people who many of us like to label quote unquote atheists. I say, well, he doesn't even fit the definition. What did he say that made him an atheist? Because he didn't accept Christ as his Lord and Savior, or because he didn't say that Allah is one? Where in his words did he did he say something that puts him in that category in your mind? Sometimes it applies, perhaps, but oftentimes when I sit and listen to the discourses that go on, I'm like, no, he's just denouncing. One atheist, his whole point was that he doesn't believe that there's some man sitting somewhere in heaven that's called God. And I'm thinking, well, I said, brother, guess what? I don't believe that there's any man sitting in heaven somewhere called God either. Uh-oh. So do I do an atheist too? Because I believe that that the nature that I manifest, the nature that's closer to me than my jugular vein, the same nature that I observe wherever I look. I don't, because I don't just see people. I don't just see human beings. I see maple trees, oak trees, apple trees, banana trees. What is this other? This other is peach tree. I see raccoons. I see dogs. I see cats. I see ducks and turtles and snails. I see circumambulous clouds, cirrus clouds. I see waterings and lakes and seas and rivers. I see mountains with all kinds of shapes. So it's kind of hard for me to perceive that, you know, that this one type of creature called the human, you understand, having, manifesting the nature of flesh and blood, is sitting in the cosmos on a throne, flesh and blood, called God. So in that lane of thought, I felt kindred with the spirit of the person who was talking to me that another person branded as an atheist. I'm like, I don't see where he's an atheist in that because he didn't say anything wrong yet. He didn't say something that was incorrect. I can't fault him for not accepting Jesus Christ as his Lord. And he's told you he doesn't even know who the person is. And guess what? Neither do I, with the exception of, guess what I read from a book. A book told me about Christ or Masih Yeshua or Masih Isa. Now, am I saying that the books aren't telling the truth about the matter? That's a different subject matter. But I'm saying for him, he said he doesn't know who this person is. And he doesn't read these books. Is he wrong for declaring that he doesn't know? Does that make him a disbeliever because he doesn't know that this person, and suppose he did know, but didn't take the perception that many of us might take about him, about these characters or these individuals? Does that make him someone foul or evil or someone despicable even? I'm just, these are questions that I have. But let's read this right here. An article here that I came across. I stopped reading my Bible to get closer to God, it says. Is that possible? Is that even possible? I gotta go back. I'm switching to the page and then the page where the streaming is on. Is that possible, people? Is that something that you can do? I mean, I can imagine there's people say, "Oh, how does he do that?" I mean, you've got to be washed in the blood of the Lamb. So how do you do that? How do you stop reading the Bible to get closer to God? You got to read your Bible. And I'm saying that not to belittle people who read the Bible. I could even exchange the word. I stopped reading my Quran to get closer to God. And in that case, the argument would be a bunch of people in the masjid saying, "No, brother, no, astaghfirullah." But I mean, how am I to condemn this person with not knowing their venture? What caused them to reach this point? Let's read the article. This is someone sharing their experience. Right or wrong, this or that, they're sharing their experience. And for me, if they're honest with this experience that they're sharing, I give them props for me. For me, they would make a good friend because I feel like they were keeping it real to me. And to me, I'd rather someone keep it real than someone tell me some bogus tale and then all the while, they were full of hypocrisy. I stopped reading my Bible to get closer to God, the writer says. The writer shares why scripture became a source of stress and shame. And this was in November of 1st, 2019. My Bible was sitting on my bedside table, collecting a thin film of dust. For many months, I finally picked up my once favorite book and put it in a safe place. Tucked away here, I wasn't constantly eyeing its worn pages and feeling guilty about not sitting down to read it. The truth is, I'm taking a break from reading the Bible to draw closer to God. It may seem a little strange, but after years of feeling guilty, every time I didn't get regular time reading God's word, I knew it was time for some space. It all started in 2016 when I thought through severe depression while pregnant with my third daughter, my zeal for my faith waned. And I started. That's something that's interesting. She said she said I went through severe depression while pregnant with my third daughter. Could it have been post there's a post something, I can't think of it right now, that some sisters experience after they after they give birth. Could that have been what she had been experiencing? Sometimes it makes you feel very depressed, and then the outcome of things you do after that, can be affected. I'm not saying that that's the case for her. She didn't say so, but I'm just reflecting upon some of the things some of the conditions she expressed herself to be in. As it says, my zeal for my faith waned, and I started to question what I believed about God and the church. As a former conservative evangelical, I'd spend most of my life allowing others to interpret scripture for me. Interesting. To the point where I had no role or say in my own faith journey. Basically, like putting your life in someone else's hands. But depression forced me into apathy. There wasn't much I could care about, not even God. So she says. It was during this time that I gave myself the space to step away from the old messages I'd once believed and really considered the narrow-mindedness of my past doctrine. I struggled to read my Bible and was constantly reminded of an old phrase that a pastor had once said in a sermon. He talked about Bible reading being a cycle of 3 Ds: deed, duty, and delight. Despite my shifting ideology, I continued to hold on to that thought, pushing myself to keep reading until I finally reached the point of delight. A few months ago, on a rare kid-free afternoon, I decided to sit quietly and crack open the good book. My husband, a pastor at a non-denominational church, that means they weren't considering themselves Baptist, Methodist, Protestant, this or that. They were non-denominational. Was a few feet away, reading his, and I really wanted to join him. As I sat there, my eyes glazed over. A library book sat beside me, calling me, but I pushed forward. Finally, I became so frustrated that I tossed my Bible across the room, tears stinging my eyes. My husband saw me struggling to make sense of my disinterest in God's word. Why do you feel so guilty about not reading your Bible? He asked. I just wanted to, put that in there. You see where the link is at for that? You could continue reading that. The whole point is that this is a person going through an experience of some sort and associating an aspect of her life with certain feelings towards a disinterest in reading the Bible. Now, somebody might ask in the back of the class, well, was she losing faith? Was she being taunted by the devil? Was she influenced by evil spirits? Was the shayateen, some brothers and sisters might say, suggesting her away because she didn't want to read the Bible for the time being? What was going on? Now, of course, many of us can make all kinds of stereotypical suggestions, but suppose it was nothing more than the travel, the soul journey that she was going upon, that it required something that she, in the deep of herself, felt could not be attained from further readings of the Bible. And in fact, further readings would cause her more problems as she would feel. So what do? Do you not do anything at all because you're not reading your Bible or your Quran, or do you continue on your journey? Do you continue on pursuit? Suppose the path caused you to never read a single book of scripture again. What happens then? Are you no longer a member of, or among the fold of the participants of that particular way of thought? Have you now abandoned faith? Are you now a disbeliever? Suppose she was still believing in the Most High. Suppose because of that belief in the Most High, there was other things that she was seeing, kind of like, a moment of inspiration. You understand? To where things that she felt would cloud her thinking, she had to leave alone. Sometimes, sometimes we leave things alone because it ends up being the ability to listen to the content is clouded by what everyone else has to say about it. What the imam had to say, what the sheikh had to say, what the priest had to say, what the pastor had to say, what the ministers had to say. And so you got all this stuff going on. You can't even read a verse. You heard her. Couldn't even read a verse without her thinking about what the pastor said about that verse. She couldn't read the verse innocently, untarnished, unconnected to what anyone else did, but for the sole purpose of trying to extract some kind of wisdom, concerning the Most High. But instead, it's what everyone had to say. This person, that now, a person might say, well, some of those things might have been an important factor because maybe the pastor had a point, or maybe the suggestions she was getting from certain sources had valid points. But that is for her to sift through her own self to find out. Not because you say you've got to do this, but because herself is satisfied enough. Yeah, you are telling the truth, Aki. This is the proper approach, or this is the method that I should apply. I get you. Not because, no, if you don't know, it's just all wrong. You're going to burn. And so, let me see here. I've got, there's more where that came from. Let me close that one. More where that came from. So, there's this one here, this article. Can we prove God without the Bible? It's titled. Now, I think I mentioned to you, the problem that I have with some conversations is the approach that people have when having this conversation, as if, one, they're talking about something disconnected, like here am I, and over there is God. Me, God. Over there, wherever, God, and here's me. And it's like, it's like a disconnect for me. Because when I hear that, I'm like, well, why, you started off, if you started off talking, when we talking essentially about what is meant by the term God, or did we stop talking about that the minute you mentioned the distance? Here, let's read this, and I can try to break down what I'm saying, because it's very common amongst people to talk this way. I've noticed. It's like, for some reason, we can't think to have a conversation about the matter unless we've separated ourselves from what we're talking about when it comes to talking about the Most High. Like, there's a separation. Can we prove God without the Bible? By David Wright. Says, is there such a thing as a neutral starting point for evaluating God's existence? See, even here, it's like we're talking about a third person, or like, here's you, here's me, you the viewer, me the commentator, and then here's God. It's like, imagine if there's you, a third person, a third friend, and then you and this other friend, and you're talking. Here's Shahid. It's Abdul Rahman right here. You're talking to Abdul Rahman about Shahid, about what he can or cannot do, if he's real, if he's not real. Like, yeah, you know what? We Shahid, I think he's, I think we could prove that he's real if we read this or do that. And Shahid's standing there like, why are y'all talking about me like I'm not here? Like I'm not present? But imagine if the Shahid was was present with both you and the Abdul Rahman. Now, and yet you're still talking about Shahid like he's not present, like Shahid's not there. It says, so it says, should we try to prove the Bible or let it speak for itself? I used to be a devout Christian, attending church regularly, and have even been confirmed. However, since doing exams, I have questioned my beliefs, resulting in my denouncement of God. Oh, man. I can hear people in the back of the church saying, putting rebuking and everything. I can hear people in the back of the masjid saying, Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah, brother. You hear what he just said? So he says, however, since doing exams, I have questioned my beliefs, resulting in my denouncement of God. Shame on you! You denounced God. How dare you? I'm going to pause there just for a minute, just so I can say, imagine the God that person denounced was false. Imagine that wasn't a God at all, or the God at all, or the Holy One, or the Most High. Imagine that was none of these terms above that was being denounced. So in that person's mind, that which he had perceived to have been worshiping all up until this time as a quote unquote devout Christian, he finally denounced. Says this can't be what I should be worshiping or doing. Would you have the same perspective? Is he still, a heathen? Is he still a dhalimun, a kafirun? Because the choice of words that he's using are associated with what he perceived by the use of the word in the first place. And that is what he's rejected. But suppose in the depth of his heart, the one true reigned supreme. But the words that have been popularized, he's just not feeling those. At least in the way or the formula commonly presented amongst the masses. So let me say this again. I used to be a devout Christian, attending church regularly, and have even been confirmed. However, since doing exams, I have questioned my beliefs, resulting in my denouncement of God. My main reason for this is that I cannot find any proof of it to verify his existence. When I ask people, they always refer me to the Bible as a be-all and end-all. However, I have no evidence that the Bible is true. As with all documents written a long time ago, you can never be sure who wrote them originally. And the Bible has undergone so many rewritings and translations, much meaning has been lost, mistranscribed. How then can I be sure what it says is true? Especially when there are other religions with other holy books proclaiming a different way of things, which they hold as truth with equal favor. Yes, it is the word of God, but how do I know that it truly is? Basically, discarding the Bible, what evidence is there to make claim for the Christian God's existence over any other religious gods? Man, I hate to tell you, well, I don't hate to tell you, but it's interesting for me to tell you, I can relate with the content that was said there. And even the word for me, I if I met the person, I would just give them a hug, like, "Salam alaikum, brother. I understand. I understand the pain. You understand? You're still cool in my book. You're still cool with me. You understand?" But then I would ask them, "So what's next? What's next? What are you going to do next? What are you going to do now? Where do you go from here?" But what I gathered from all of this is what he was frustrated with or perturbed by was the understanding that he had of the Most High based upon the renderings that it has been placed before him through the eyes of other people. Because all the examples, well, there are many religions, or there's many people doing this, or these people say this, these people say that. They're always saying, talking about, reading this book or that. It's always about what other people are doing as it pertains to ministering the quote unquote teachings or word of the Most High. It's always associated to a perspective or an understanding of people, other people. As you see, the existence over any other religious god. Notice the lower g, lowercase g. It is true that the course of time has caused things to not be quite what they were when some of these sources were first on the scene. What I'm going to say here, because like I said, my objective is to deal with this as if we didn't have these books. But my disclaimer for that is that for me, I've, pursued a path that's caused me to learn about, some of the interesting signs of both biblical texts, lettering, numerology, even in Quranic texts, lettering, numerology, things of that nature. That lets me know that there's more to these books than meets the eye. Now, that's another conversation for another time, perhaps. But, for me, that lets me know that there's something about these books that I should, take into consideration. Consider them a bit more significant than what I might, a Dr. Seuss book. And that's if I were to read a Dr. Seuss book anymore, right? But as an individual, you have a right, I believe, to ensure that what you consume and what you walk upon is solid ground, and what you consume is nutritious, healthy, good for the mind, body, soul, and will take you to where you're trying to get. Will aid you in your journey. You have a right to make that effort. Any person, any of us would be wrong to push someone into something that only increases them in doubt. Because at the end of the day, they have to make sure that they've done what's necessary to save their life. You understand? If we're swinging across ropes to get from one side to the other, they have to make sure for themselves that this rope is sturdy enough to carry them across, that it won't break in the process. It's their job to verify that. We can, blame the parks people or whoever owns the place, like, hey, you guys should have made sure all these things. But before we even grab a hold of the rope, we want to make sure, I'm going to make sure that the parachute works. I'm going to use another example. I want to make sure that the parachute has the potential to work. I'm not going to take your word for it. You can tell me all you want, brother. The instructions right there say it's got the seal of approval. It says that it's been authorized, approved by the UFDA, whatever, whatever organization you want to think of. I don't care who it's been approved by. I'm the one that's getting ready to put this parachute on. I'm the one that's got to make sure this parachute's going to work or has the potential to work when push comes to shove. At the end of the day, if I made the mistake and validated something that didn't work, then that's on me. If I made the mistake, or if I was correct, you understand, or maybe I overlooked something, that's still upon my own chest. At the end of the day, even if the entire mosque was like, brother, astaghfirullah, I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, but what you're telling me is an addict. It's not the math. It's not mathing. I walk into the church and there was something there. What you're telling me, the math is not mathing. I'm sorry. What am I supposed to do? You want me to be real, right? You want me to keep it real? Well, we always talk about keep it real, keep it real. I would be not keeping it real if I just came up there and said whatever you like to hear. That wouldn't be me keeping it real. That'd be me telling you what you like to hear to massage your ego for whatever benefit I might think that would gain me. For me, that's not authenticity. So this person right here, the only thing I could say would encourage, if I had some words of wisdom for him, I said, whatever you do, don't stop your traveling. Don't stop your journey. Keep your pursuit going. Because for me, I connect with what you're saying, and I consider that as long as you are, being authentic with your efforts and not giving up in your pursuit of truth, then you're upon the path, the rightly guided path. When you give up that effort to pursue truth, that's when I would have a problem with you. When you gave up your pursuit of truth, not the truth as it comes out of my mouth or that person's mouth or that person transcribing or interpretation of words. No, it's not that simple. It's not like that for me. But your pursuit of truth. Your pursuit of truth. Let me stop that one there. Family, I'm feeling like I need another cup of coffee. Shalom, dear sister. Peace and blessings. Welcome. Feeling like I need another coffee, which means I got to play another song. And of course, I'm going to play a song from your brother Questman. Why? Because these are my methods communicating with you. Thoughts. So let me put that one here because I can close that page, so I can put that here. All right. Got a commercial to get past. But I need this other coffee. I want to drink one more cup of coffee while I'm doing this live. But brother, you shouldn't drink too much coffee. Well, let's see. Out of this week, I think I've had at least this will be cup number 4 out of the entire week. If you're interested in knowing the count of cups of coffees that I've had. Boom. Let's do that. Take that there. Put that there. And then do this with this.
It's a pale trash. There you are, you. With so many obstacles, divine insanity is highly probable among those who seek a life contrary to the illogical. Bobblehead populace, now I can appreciate the benefits of Itticaf. I did the math. Most know not, so all the riff ride mispredictable, the aftermath. Noting all this, even I used to sit in the back of the class. Had the nerve to laugh, heedless of the war forecast and by the fool's gold path. Drunk off the lies of pale trash, live life like car course crash. Now the light's on, the light dome, true free dome at last. Let's see if I can put all this into perspective. Come closer, zoom in. Are specifically designed for the collective. Respect it. I spit that Dr. Stevie style medicine for your head, brethren. To drive in the lesson, rewind the track to the top and play it back again. I'm on the deep inside. This is for the deep inside. I'm on the deep inside. Little R.E. turning possibilities into reality with the power of we. All obstacles are crushed, broken down, and processed through the refinery, also known as the end results of sightseeing. So enlightening when conversations ascend beyond the bodily. Don't get me wrong, we still can discuss how to approach the lovely melanated wifey, yet the godly talks of the way that pays the way, constructing noble dynasties, being fruitful in the methods of gardening, water walking, and Red Sea partings. I'm a starving artist, so pardon me if I need to flow strategically. You asked me, question, what do you suggest be today's remedy? Simply treat the sacred scriptures like a rechargeable battery to avoid catastrophe. I sip my king and coffee quietly while the lightning strikes my thoughts with sights and sounds of reality. Why bother me? I'm on the deep inside. This is for the deep inside. I'm on the deep inside. This is for the deep inside. I close my eyes to see, and what I see often no words to say. When I'm able to say what I see, I speak these words in such a way it paints a mental picture like sacred scripture carved into stones or baked clay. All I'm trying to do is make sense of what I observe throughout the day. How often have these words been passed down? I'm spinning around and around. I'm spinning around and around. How would you be if you were me? If you could see what I see, if you were me, but you're not me, or so it seems to we see. I can see the broken street lamplight peeking neatly down the alley. I grab my coat because the night chill surrounds round about me. Was with the speeding red and blue lights, speeding down the street like a grim reaper. When the light turns on, I can even sight the sounds. I notice the waves of the road fighting hard to twist me upside down. Some may say my observations are spacely. Necessary to consider wisely the use of every part of me. If you were me, if you could see what I see, if you were me, but you're not me, or so it seems till we see. Till the agony of forgetting growth and inspiration. I feel so heedlessness, especially knowing once I put my mind to do a thing, it's only by the will of the God to speak it into being. So many shades of faces, what to make of all the way we occupy the spaces. Once I had a dream. In that dream, a most peculiar scene. I held a dish with a citrus, sprouting out large green leaves. Here today, gone tomorrow, pain that nobody sees. Woe that notices the sorrow. They say if I'm a righteous man, I'll receive a book in the right hand. There I go, drifting all beyond the night sky again. There I go, refusing to be blind again. There I go, going against the grain of lies again. In the heavens, that's a witness. In this world, you pay the price. I close my eyes to see, and what I see often no words to say. When I'm able to say what I see, I speak these words in such a way it paints a mental picture like sacred scripture carved in stones or baked clay. All I'm trying to do is make sense of what I observe throughout the day. How often have these words been passed down? I'm spinning around and around. I'm spinning around and around. If you were me, if you could see what I see, if you were me, but you're not me, or so it seems, till we see, till we see. Snap out of it!
All right. So let's continue, shall we? Here, another little citation. It says, without using religious book references, what proves that God exists? These are things that people, this is clearly is not an uncommon question. But I think that it says something about awareness. But the thing is, is that while this might prove, one person's perception regarding what it means to say the Most High, there are many of us who carry our books, who have our books, who are in just as much um, of a place of questioning as this person and the others that we've just read. Many of us are in the same place in life, and we may not say it with spoken words or something like that because we, there's a feeling or an element about unity that people appreciate. So when you're experiencing some grade of unity, you don't really want to lose out on that experience. You understand? Brotherhood, sisterhood, being a part of the congregation, things of that nature. But that doesn't necessarily resolve the questions that some people amongst said congregations or brotherhoods, sisterhoods may have or may put forth or carry around within their own self. And I think us also that some of these questions could be the result of them uh not uh or them misunderstanding the nature of their own self. And as a result of misprogramming, you know, being taught to perceive one thing as truth or one thing as the focal point or object of worship, when in reality is something much more closer, much more special, much more personal, more direct, that they are questioning. They're thinking they're questioning that when really it's these false concepts or falsehoods that that is being questioned, and they may not even perceive that that's the case because of the word choices, the labelings that we live by through so-called orthodoxies. And I say so-called orthodoxies because I don't perceive orthodoxy in and of itself erroneous, but there's so-called orthodoxies, people that boast that lift up a certain thing in in contrary to another group of people's ways or something like that. They say, well, this is this and you're that. You're not like what we are, so you must be because you perceive something this way, you aren't rightly guided. This is how people are. If it's interesting that everybody in their own position is right, but the people across the street are wrong simply because they don't cite or don't express the way that I am expressing. So you're wrong. You didn't say it like I said it. You didn't recite the Quran as carefully as I did. So you're wrong. Or you didn't put your hands up here because the school of thought that I follow is the right school of thought. Your school of thought is wrong. So because you didn't put your hands here in Salat, you are among the right the ones that aren't rightly guided. Or because you didn't say hallelujah this way, you cannot be you must be one of the heathen sects. These little snatches of you know this uh confusion of forms of false, like an ego worship, if you would. You understand? And I'm grabbing at a word here, but it's all in that, and it causes us to be indifferent with one another. You want to know some of the what feeds the viruses of division? It be some of these things. It don't be what we're seeing other people doing. Oftentimes, the causes of division be right at home, not what we're seeing on the news. Why aren't brothers and sisters doing that? Why aren't brothers and sisters doing that? Well, guess who the brothers and sisters that aren't doing that, that could have influenced or could have impacted? We're right at home. We're right at home. It's the easiest thing for us to do when it comes to accusations is to point to somebody else of why this damage has happened. To point to somebody else. I don't know how many times I've encountered people who come to me and say, well, I abandoned this or did that because of what they did. I'm always seeing brothers and sisters doing this. I'm like, what does that have to do with you? Time out. Who Who cares about what you saw them do? What are you doing? Wherein does your action become superior to what they're doing because you're saying I'm not doing this, or I no longer practice this way because of what they did, or because of what I see? I'm always seeing them doing this and doing that. They're always smoking, they're always drinking, they're always selling booze. So what? Are you selling booze too? Did somebody teach you out of that you should sell booze? Like I said, when I get up in the morning, I notice that I have two feet attached to my body, which means because I have these 2 feet, I'm responsible for where I plant them down and where I move them forward or backwards or to the side. The guy across the street, the sister across the street, they're not responsible for where these feet move. Similarly, no one is responsible for the content that I take into my mind. No one's responsible but me for how I decipher and break down, you understand, and bring together again the content that I observe. You can put anything in front of my face, but it's my eyes that have to notice what you put and then make sense out of it within the confines of my own mind. And if I do or don't, that's upon me. Salvation is upon you. Whether you obtain it or don't obtain it, that's upon you. When the matter at hand is weighed, it's not me that's going to be accountable for you, or you that's going to be accountable for me. You understand? How do I know? Because that's the title. Well, the last I checked, whenever I consume something into my body, it doesn't enter yours. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Otherwise, I can ask you, how does this cup of coffee taste? Is it too sweet or is it too bitter? But you could not tell me, obviously, because it's not your tongue tasting it. Similarly, you know, these eyes, all these six senses have to be the one to evaluate what I encounter upon my journey for the success or failure of my own self. No one else can, can do this job for me. You can say and talk and speak the most righteous rhetoric and be true in every single sound and syllable. But at the end of the day, it's my eyes and ears in my mind that have to make use of it and have to see it at the end of the day. You understand? And I'm saying that because I don't look in the mirror. These days, I can't say that it's never been the case otherwise. But now these days, when I look in the mirror, I'm not looking to see, well, I'm upon the right way. And anyone who isn't talking like I'm talking, they've got to be in error. You must be a heathen. You must be a kafirun. Among the kafirun, you must be a kafir. Let's read what this is talking about here. Without using religious book references, what proves that God exists? There we go, that third person use of the term God. I'm gonna put this into perspective. Imagine the Most High asking these questions. You would think that was silly, right? Imagine the Most High, if you can imagine. And imagine you can't imagine, because guess what? I can't imagine, but maybe you can. Maybe you can imagine what I can't. But so to the present, I haven't been able to imagine the Most High. I imagine the experience of the presence or things of that nature. But to try to fathom what that word means, two words mean Most High, is mind blowing. But just for the sake of the questioning, imagine that question coming from the Most High. What proves the Most High exists? You would say, well, how are you asking what proves you exist when you know that you exist? Then the Most High, imagine the Most High says to you back, exactly. I know many people will be just rolling off of their chair, like, "Oh, what do you mean? What was that supposed to mean? I thought you was talking about proving. How's that proof?" Oh man, it makes me laugh. But let's read this thing. Kevin Wright, long life humanist, for whatever that for whatever it's worth for the meaning of that word, humanist and critical thinker. Okay, critical. That means to precision. You've got to put that there. You need to know he's a humanist, and you need a long life human. Means he's been doing this for a long time. If he's 27 years old, 27 years. Critical thinker. Author has 376 answers and 1.5 million answer views. I wonder how many questions he's asked. Since theists, those who say they believe in quote unquote God, can't prove, according to this question, that gods with an S exist, and atheists can't prove this is according to the question. So I'm not gonna badger it right now. Let me just read it from the beginning to be fair. Since theists can't prove that gods exist and atheists can't prove that the opposite, why don't they agree to disagree? Since theists can't prove that gods exist and atheists can't prove the opposite, why don't they agree to disagree? Wow, the reason why I had trouble reading that to you, because throughout my thought processes, all kinds of just challenges, all kinds of words, all kinds of remarks were being had in my own mind. But I mean, this is part of the battle. You understand? This is part of the battle. Now, while even my mind was going through this, I don't know this uh, Kevin Wright, so I can't say that Kevin Wright is a wicked, evil person because he dares to have a question like this or dares to phrase it this way with the assumption that the theist can't prove, the atheist can't prove. That's an assumption for me. I, can't say that I agree with the assumptions, but I understand the question, if not overstand the question. But let's continue this. Truth is, I believe that this is exactly what the vast majority of us atheists, I guess he's including him amongst the atheists, of us atheists, whoever is responding or whatever, have been asking for all along: the freedom for individuals to believe or not believe exactly what they want against a neutral background, so long as those beliefs don't compel others who don't share them. What he just gave you is a protocol or standards to go by. But isn't that exactly what the opposite that he's saying disagrees does? You're saying this is how it should be done. The so-called theists are saying this is how it should be done. And the way they're saying how it should be done is contrary to the way you say things or how things should be done. For you, peace is in them leaving you alone. For them, peace is you leaving them alone. Because the last I checked, most theists want nothing, want either uh some of them want to proselytize to the atheists and save you and get you, rightly upon the right path and things of that nature. Some of us want to simply devote our attention to that which we're upon. You understand? And you go your way and us go our way. Some of us are like that. Some of us, that's where we find our peace. You leave me alone. I'm not trying to hinder you of your path of atheism, if that's what it's called, if that's what you want to call it. But neither I want to be hindered from my so-called path of theism, if that's what you want to call it. But I mean, is this a legitimate question or legitimate position? What I would say here is that it's just like the title that I mentioned earlier is full of problems. It says a lot about one's understanding or overstanding. It says a lot about where one is at that position, at that place in life. Is he a bad person? I don't know that. The only way I would know that is if I found him causing mischief or shedding someone's blood, without right, that is. um then I could make a statement. But if it was just a matter of the question alone, the question alone is neither something that I can use to belittle the person or uplift the person. But to respond, let me say if I was asked this question, if I Abdul Wadud, aka Questman, was that be asked without using religious book references, not that one, this one right here. Since theists can't prove that God exists and atheists can't prove the opposite, why do they agree to disagree? I say, well, first of all, sir, I don't agree that theists can't prove that gods exist. That's because he put a Gods, and I don't agree that atheists can't prove the opposite. Why do I say both? Is in both positions are incorrect. One of the features that I observe out of life is that, at the end of the day, I can't make you to see what I see. I can point to you to the same star. And let's say I'm talking literally. Imagine I'm trying to show you something in the sky or something on a wall or something at a distance or whatever, and I'm saying right there, can't you see? I don't know if you ever did this with somebody. You're trying to show them something across the street or something. Right there, don't you see them both walking together? They're right there. It's like where? I don't see. You're like right there. It's like I don't see what you're talking about, bro. I don't see it. No matter how you point, and because your pointing action is attempt to guide him to focus his eyes on what you're trying to get him to see. No matter what you do, I don't know, I don't see it. Man, I give up. I ain't even. It don't matter. He can't see. He can't see. He can't see what you were trying to show him. It doesn't mean that he's blind. It's just that he can't see what you were trying to show him. Similarly, I can prove and be before you manifest proof of that proof that I'm proving. But if you can't see it, you can't see it. That doesn't mean that I didn't prove anything. It's just I failed to convince you or prove to or let you, or you are not able to see this proof or identify that it is in fact proof from me. So for you, from that perspective, just like we're seeing here, it's not proof. You haven't been proven my case. Have I proven? As far as I'm concerned, I gave you this, that, and a bit bap, whatever. I showed him. I showed him, right? It's like, you showed me what? What? Where was it at? So how do you deal with that? How do you deal with that? And the same goes in the opposite. You want me to accept that what I am aware is not, because you're not aware. And this isn't to belittle, but the person is claiming that they're not aware. They're not aware of what you're showing. They're not convinced. What you are saying you're proving, they don't see the proof, which means they're not aware of the proof, that the target of proof, the object of proof. So for them, what you're saying is, for them, it is not. So it's in that case, it's true for them that what's clear to you is unclear to them. But suppose in reality it was unclear to the both of you. Suppose you were just as in the dark as the person who claims openly that no, this isn't real. There's no truth in any of this. What you're talking about, there's no truth. And both of you are in ways on the same level or same lane as the other. One having spoken it out, and the other one have not. So you can chew on some of that. I think one of the things that we could get out of what I'm talking about here is, at the end of the day, burden of proof is not necessarily upon the one who makes a claim, but some of this is shared on the person who questions the claim. If you say, especially in the West, where people make all kinds of interesting claims. You got a man who says, well, I'm actually a woman. And then the actual woman is sitting there like, okay, so explain. What makes this so? How is this so? And so now now again, this doesn't make her wrong for disbelieving in this, because she's observing ideals that has convinced her that what this person is saying couldn't possibly be true. And her position is based upon what? Direct experience. Not because she read it out of a book. She didn't need to read a book necessarily. I'm not talking about that she had to learn it in English or whatever language you're speaking, but that there's clearly something different between, especially if she had a sibling. And, and I've even watched my own children make this observation, changing diapers. Big sister is looking at little brother and noticing that little brother has got something that she doesn't. There's clearly a difference. She notices that what she's working with is similar to what mama was working with. But mama don't have that. You care to answer this, Dad? Oh, in its proper time, you understand, daughter. Trust me, you understand. But the thing is she understands what she is at that point, or an aspect of her nature. You understand? She understands an aspect, a qualifying feature of her nature that is contrary to this. And imagine she has another brother and another brother, and one thing she's going to start noticing is that this is a feature associated with her brothers. So every time someone comes out with this equipment, she's going to be able to know that's a brother. Judy said, Mama, we've got another brother. How do you know? Well, isn't it obvious? He's equipped. He's equipped. He's equipped. And my equipment's a bit different. So these are, personal observations a person can make. So of a man who's claiming to be a woman sits with an actual woman, she is able to be a testimony of her own on her own accord, and be able to bear witness to her own natural disposition towards this imposter. And so, as much as he would be convinced or try to convince or prove his case, you understand, the proof would be manifest in the outcome or the results, you understand, of the claims, of the default claim, the default positions where nobody had to do any homework or any book reading for. You didn't have to go to, well, Pastor, can you tell me what it is that I am? I mean, he says he's a woman, and all this time, I thought I was one. Or she says she is a man, and everything about me, screams man, but she says she's a man, and she's got stuff that I don't have, but they look mighty nice on her, but I don't have them. You understand? And I'm just saying, the thing about truth, about proof, about reality is that it's not confusing. It's not confusing at all. And the closer you look at anything, proof is always right there in your face. It's our minds. It's our the twists that we have allowed to be consumed that causes us to perceive things otherwise. A drunken person is not going to be able to see things the same way as a sober person. Now imagine how many of us are drunk off of illusions, off of the programming of society, so that when somebody comes and tells you something very straightforward and plain, you're like, well, brother, it can't be that simple. I'm like, well, I hear what you're saying, but it actually is that simple. But when you're taught to perceive the Most High as a hominid, a Homo sapien, a human being upon a planet with rocks, mountains, rivers, sky, trees, other life forms, and you're saying, well, out of all these life forms, that is the Most High. And you're like, man, he doesn't look most high. I mean, the elephant's higher than him as far as height is concerned. As far as size is concerned, the blue whale's bigger than him. So on the earth, even there's things bigger than him. So what makes him higher than them? Oh, there is something that makes him higher than them, but it doesn't make him, the human being I'm talking about, what he manifests, most high. It makes him a manifestation of the presence of the Most High. It's because of the qualities that this human has that bears witness to the Most High. Let's see here. Oh man, I think, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm committed. Because yeah. But we get caught up in names, family. We get caught up in names. And sometimes we put things to names that the author of the names didn't put for themselves. Names. If you were to Google the meaning of names, if you were to Google the meaning of names, you're going to get a few things. You'll even get a Hebrew rendering of it. And I thought this was very interesting because it connects with things that I've been building on, namely the breath. You understand? The breath, the self, the spirit, the energy, the life, the vital life energy. Well, name in Hebrew stems from a word that means breath. I was like, isn't that interesting to talk on and to build on? The Hebrew word for a name is Shem. Shem. The Hebrew word neshama is formed by the letters and to the word Shem. This word is used in, and then it's going to quote a source, and means breath. Now, again, my objective is not to use Bible or Quran to prove anything, but I wanted to deal with the word name so we can communicate. You understand? I believe that, if I'm going to use words, that I'd like for us to be on the same page regarding the use of that word. So that way, if we try to make it mean something else that we didn't agree upon, we can readily reject the foreign use of the word. A name is that by, it says, a name is that by which a person, place, or thing is marked or known. Let's see, we can, I wanted to find something more scholastic, so I think I'm going to have to do it this way. Okay, so as a noun, a word or set of words by which a person, animal, place, or thing is known, addressed, or referred to, meaning it's something to make the referred to one distinct above all else that might share similar qualities, right? So if I have a whole bunch of books, and I tell you to go get the book, and you go to the shelf and there's a whole bunch of books, you're going to come back to ask me, well, which book is it? Because there are a lot of books that you've got on your shelf, and each of them have their own titles or names. So then I have to give you a name. Well, the book I want you to bring me is the Yi Ching. Bring me the Yi Ching. That's the name of the book. Now, here's the thing that we got to deal with when it comes to this matter. When we're talking about something that by its very nature is exclusive, meaning there's only one car like this. In fact, there's only one car in existence. There's no other car. then you would know that the use of the word car could only refer to this one car, because there aren't any other cars. There's only this car. So anytime I say the word car, I could only be talking about one car, the only car. Okay. So, and that makes the word car qualitative, meaning that it can't apply to anything else because nothing else fits the script of what means car. Similarly, when I observe, when the question comes to proving, or speaking of or proving the Most High without book, without text or anything like that, and all I have is the same thing that I had when I was born. When I was born, of course, as a baby, I didn't care that I was alone. I didn't even know that I was alone. You understand? Or that there was no other baby along with me or in me. In other words, I wasn't multiple babies, but I was only one baby, just me, just myself. That's all I cared about. So when I was being fed, it was my mouth that you needed to put food in. You understand? It was my diaper that needed to be changed, not somebody else. I didn't care that someone else's diaper needed to be changed. I didn't know that there was another baby 2 years younger than me that also had diapers that needed to be changed. I wasn't aware of that just yet. You understand? When I was born, that didn't even exist yet. And if there were other babies in the world at that age being born, I wasn't aware of them. The only one that I was aware of was self, myself. That's it. And my observations would have been the things that I would have seen first: my parents, my surroundings. These are my first encounters manifesting in this world. I didn't know none of the names. They say that when a baby is in the womb, he can hear or she can hear the beating of her mother's heartbeat. Whether or not I could remember that, I can't tell you, because there are things that I remember being a baby, but I don't recall, or I can't recall the beating of my mother's heartbeat. It would have been a nice thing to remember, but when you're born, sometimes so for some reason, milk tends to take precedence over, caring to remember anything else. I'm hungry now. Feed me. You might say that's a selfish way to be brought into existence, but when you're brought into existence, sustenance becomes vital. The importance of maintaining what this is so it can survive is important, which means to me another factor is life. Because every time I take a deep breath, I am dependent upon inhaling oxygen, air, breath. I'm dependent upon this. And it remains superiorly important to me. So that means the source of origin of this breath is definitely one source that I need to regard and be regardful of. Because the moment this breath stops, what am I to do? I'm just saying. So it makes sense that I am regardful of the source, and I'm not just talking about the immediate source, wind or something like that. I'm talking about the author of the breath, the originator of the breath, the one that caused it to be manufactured in the first place. That's important to me. Also, what's important to me is being able to exist in the first place and have an environment to exist in. In other words, in order for me to exist, there has to be existence. I can't exist where there's not existing, where there's no existence, which tells me that existence is definitely mighty, almighty, I would say, because it's not only me that exists. All you who are viewing and who have been viewing or will view, you exist. Otherwise, you wouldn't be viewing it in this way. Not to say that you couldn't view it in other levels of existing, but for the sake of this situation here, you have to be similar to what it is that I manifest to view it in this fashion. So this tells me something about an aspect of my nature that um, you know it qualifies. You understand? It's not something that can be left to, well, it just happened. There, is names that we learn to use, but as I mentioned to you earlier, there are sounds that are ancestral. You understand that that are observable whether you have a page to read or do not have a page to read out of a book. And yet these sounds are testimonies, if you would, witnesses of the presence of the Most High. And when I'm saying Most High, I'm saying this with an infinitive meaning. In other words, I'm saying Most High, meaning there's nothing higher than Most High. There's nothing that's further ascended than Most High. And the more you could think to ascend that high, that's not Most High even still. And it only makes sense that this be the case because this form that I manifest is finite, meaning it will expire at the time that it would do so. It will expire, meaning it's finite. It will meet a stage in which it ends to be in this form that you see it. In order for that to happen, there has to be something to follow it. And there also had to have been something to precede me when I was born. So I know that my mother didn't exist all by herself because, like me, she was born. And I could, take that to as far as the beginnings of human presence on Earth. I can also draw a conclusion regarding the nature of Earth. When I see it moving and shifting, I can draw a conclusion that the Earth, like me, is finite. Because where places were today, where continents were today, they weren't so yesterday, and they will likely not be so tomorrow. And this goes on and on and on to you can fathom that the Earth itself was introduced into existence or introduced into being manifested in the way that it is that we call it, as we call it, Earth. I could keep on going to the nature of the sun itself, a star amongst numerous stars. And I could keep on going and knowing that no matter how far I go, that I would be exhausted because of the infinitum that I'm experiencing. And knowing that all these things, being aware, I'm talking about aware. There's nothing that I have to read. Every time I observe the night sky, I manifest the qualities of human awareness. You understand? Human awareness. I observe. You understand? And realize my interconnectedness to all of it. I don't make this, our objective is to strive not to make any disassociation, any separation from what is. You understand? Um, when I reflect upon the nature of my anatomy and knowing how um, the nature of the components that build up to this form, and as small as inward, small, minute as I can go, I experience yet again the infinitum. I find that I can't find one particular object to zero in on because every time I try to zero on any object of this anatomy, there's something else to observe. You zoom in, there's something else to observe. You zoom in, there's something else to observe. I didn't read a book yet. No book read yet out of this. Just observation. Observation. So as far as I can look into the heavens, I experience infinitum. As close as I can look into my own anatomy, I experience the infinitum. which tells me that this infinitum is obviously very important, very significant, very exalted. Exalted meaning elevated, lifted up. You understand? But the one that hits me the most important out of all of this is the distinct characteristic that separates me, if I could say it this way. But nah, I'm not even going to say it that way. That connects me with everything that else that exists, because everything else is manifesting this in accordance to its own nature. In the nature of this particular vessel, this particular being, thought. It's interesting. I got to use these ancient words, thought, manifesting thought. Let the church say amen. Let the brothers and sisters say Amen. We can go to India and say Just saying, family. Wherever I look, I'm just as much as connected to what this is as to what's without, which gives me another rule that agrees with the as above, so below concept. You understand? We what I think happens is we get caught up with the imagery, and we associate the imagery with a concept. And so every time we see the image of something, we interpret that or connect that with a concept. But in ways, wouldn't that be like a kind of false pride, or a kind of conceit, or a false sense of self? Because this is only one manifest form of creation on the surface of this planet, and the planet itself is just one form of manifesting, you know, the nature of the heavens. Just one form, not the only form. So it has certain rules, but you will study that as you explore other aspects of being, that something else a little bit closer, a little bit further away. When the math is altered any kind of way, when the math is changed any kind of way, the rules change. The rules are different on Mercury than it is on Venus, than it is on Earth, than it is on Mars. The rules are different, all because of the positioning of, or the relationship with the Ra. Oh man, hold on. Did I say Ra? I meant the sun. So think about that. We identify the sun, El Sol, and that's in Latin, and it's El Sol. So El Sol. Understand phonetics. I really would encourage people to take an endeavor, a pursuit of phonetic sounds, more than you deal with written written words, but the sounds they make. Because sometimes if we deal with the sounds, you find that they're associated globally with a common stream of what those sounds meant. They say ancestrally that our many of our ancestors were biliteral in language, meaning they only used two sounds. They only used two syllables. You understand? Later on, we started using three. Some say we were triliteral. Some say our ancestors were biliteral. But whether triliteral or biliteral, you're dealing with sounds. And because we gotten used to this corrupt language that we speak, that we call English, here we are. We've forgotten that we're speaking syllables. We've forgotten that each of those syllables carry a sound. I can say consequence, you understand, but I still got to do a consequence. These are sounds. Consequence, they're sounds. And those sounds in and of themselves carry a meaning all by themselves. Consequence, meaning all by themselves. Understand, overstand. They're sounds with significance all by themselves. And when you start there, sometimes you can understand how they got to the meaning that they got when the syllables were put together to form a quote unquote new word. But all this is to say, Om. That's all I say, Om. Um, let's see something here. I'm trying to remember. So there is a word, that we use, that we all like to use when we're talking about our own being. We like to talk about ourselves. You say, "Who are you?" Somebody asks you, "Who are you?" You would say, "I am," and then you would give yourself a title. You understand? I being the self, am being your state of being, meaning you exist, and then the title that existence manifests. I am Abdul Wadud. I manifest. I exist as the identity or the title Abdul Wadud. But the question you need to ask yourself is, okay, so you've titled this being, but who is the I that be? Yeah, okay, you've labeled the title, you've labeled the I, but who is I? Who am I? If you took the title away, if you took the I am Abdul, if you took the Abdul Adu part away, all you would have is I am. Where do you go from there? Where do you go from there? See, I think we have to largen or cue in our focal point. Imagine you say these words, but the one in that manifests right here before you is greater than this form, greater than this body that you see. But all you hear through your ears is sounds that come out of the mouth of this form. Sound made of breath produced from the tools of the lungs, so that this body can articulate sound, so that those sound vibrations can reach your ears, vibrate your eardrums, and send signals through the nerves to your brain to let you know that certain sounds were saying, I am. Then your mind deals with that and interprets it to what it should mean for you to make sense out of it all. For you to make sense out of it all. If our scope is limited to just being bodies on the surface of the earth, I could guarantee you it's impossible for you to ever even contemplate the idea, let alone knowledge, supreme knowledge of the Most High. But when you start to zoom in and zoom out, perspectives change. Just like I said, when you zoom out of the parameters of the earth, the perspectives of the sun changes. The perspective of the earth changes. The perspective of you changes. So here's the thing. Imagine the very words that we tend to like to use when talking about this, the supreme being, the most high. We like to use God. And mind you, none of these words that I'm going to say are names. They are terms, referring objectively. You understand, in the nature of the conversation. God is not a name, no more than man is a name. This is a man right here that you're observing, but this man has a name. The name of this man is Abdul Wadud. That's the name of the man, and what makes this the man? The form is the form of a man. I manifest the form of a man before you. What you see manifested before you on your screen is a manifest man. This form is not of anything else. I can't say that my soul is a female or a male because the soul doesn't have a form. This body has a form. This form, this body is the form of a man. It has all the features and qualities of a man. So I'm looking at it. Yep, it's a man. Guess what? A man is talking to you. But the man has a name. Brother Abdul Wadud. That's the name, that's the title, the label for this particular body that you see. Allah, salam alaikum, brothers and sisters. The word Allah is not a name, it's a noun. It's a noun that's speaking, that's referring to an object. It's not a name. It's al ilah, put together to form one word. You understand? Some words in Arabic have a habit of doing certain things like that, where you take one word and you put it together and you make a new way of orthography. That's what they call it, orthography, way of writing it out. It doesn't change what the actual word is implying. Thus, the reason why Alif Lam Lam Ha has above it a shadda, which is a little W-shaped thing to let you know that this lam is actually two lambs put together. Two lambs put together. So Al Ilah, you understand? Simply, we translate it roughly into this language as the deity, the God. But I've already told you about the problems with the word the God. So we can throw the God in the trash. Somebody can snatch that little tidbit and say, "Oh, the brother said throw the God in the trash." Yeah, I did. I said throw the God in the trash because that English word is not suitable. I'm just look. It doesn't even have a sound that connects with the divine language. Is better than the word God. At least it's connected to a heavenly cosmic sound. It's connected to something. The only thing you can connect the word God, Germanic goat. Come on. I mean, don't hate on me because I don't want to use the word the God when there's a more superior sounds that we can use. But Allah, Al Ilah, not a name. So even if I say Al Ilah, even if I tell you that there's only one Ilah, La ilaha illallah, I'm still not telling you a name. I'm only telling you that there's no God except the God. You say, well, then who are you talking about? The problem with me saying it that way is you begin to humanize the formula of what I'm saying. And so it's like I'm talking about a man sitting on a rock somewhere. But rather than define, rather than attributive. So for example, I keep saying the word most high, but I could say something else. Most exalted, most wise, most adept, the most peaceful, the ever living, the infinite, the existence, the reality, the being. All these words where I use the indefinite, where I use the definite article the, so that you, by me using the definite article the, that implies that there's only one object being talked about. If I say the book, there's no other book I'm talking about. The only way for me to do that is if I say a book. If I tell you a book, that means there's other books. This is a book from the books that I have. But if I tell you, here's the book that I have, that tells you I have no other book. There's no other book that I have. This is the most high. There aren't any other most highs. There aren't any other most wise. There aren't any other most live or ever living. There aren't any other existences, realities. There's only one reality. Wheresoever you turn your face. How many realities do you see when you turn your face? I understand we got the day the technology of the day where we can delude ourselves with all kinds of illusions. And that's the sickness that some people will suffer from when it comes to AI artistry, for example. There'll be certain imagery, certain things that are projected to your eyesight because you don't understand that what you consume affects you, including sight, sound, not just what you consume through the mouth. Peace and blessings. Shalom. So imagine the very word God, Allah, or any other known variation we use to refer to the origin, the original, the originator, being deleted from every dictionary vocabulary, and still you had to find a way to speak of life as you know it, or don't know it. How would it be possible? Is it, or would it not make any sense? Could you even speak about existence if you these words to use. The words I'm talking about is these words that we've made exclusive, and in so many ways, our exclusivity of these words has been a cause of division. Maybe not because of the people who use the words, and maybe so, but in any case, when something comes from a certain region, a certain culture, especially if the culture or region is someone or some group of people that we deem to be inferior, suddenly their words are also inferior, even if their words were more accurate. Imagine if the words were more accurate. Imagine if you go to the motherland and you found more accurate words that were right, more straight to the point. I keep talking about that. Amin, amen, amen, amin, and these are sounds that the sun is making. It doesn't mean that I'm telling you that the sun is the object of worship, but it's the sound that it's making. It's the sound that it's making. Me, I would say ascend. I would say go higher, because the Most High is higher than the sun. The Most High is higher than the sun. Just as you observe the sun, you understand? Just as you observe the sun, you observe an object. You understand? And everything that I've been talking about you about the essential nature of things defies associating material objectivity with the Most High. You understand? You understand? You understand? Or just stand. Every example I continue to hear about people, as I mentioned to you, is always a matter of talking about the Most High in third person, instead of me telling you, guess who's talking to you today? Listen up, family. Listen to the words of the Most High. The language of the Most High perhaps is not heard well by you. Perhaps you are tone deaf to the voice of the Most High. Perhaps the language you speak is contrary to the language of the Most High. We are all talking and debating and arguing about so many different things, and we're saying, well, these are the words of the Most High. Well, I mean, those are English words you're saying there. In any kind of language that you would be saying are still words that only connect with and associate with people who speak with a tongue in their mouth between maxillary and mandibular, upper jaw, lower jaw, using the lungs to press air out or draw air in, because we have some words that are based on air being drawn in. Some words are based on air being drawn out. Some words are based upon the teeth closed, based upon the teeth open, based upon the tongue sticking out, sticking in, going up, going down. Human experience. Human experience on a little planet, little tiny people on a little planet, believing that somehow they are the total sum of the Most High. How pitiful. And yet the language of the Most High is much, much, much more mightier. Much more mightier. I'm telling you, when I'm telling you that you're listening to the voice of the Most High, don't get caught up in the English words that I'm speaking to you. Whatever sinks through, whatever penetrates your egg membrane, allowing the possibility of being fruitful, whatever penetrates, and you hear that, recognize the greater voice that you get to hear and benefit from, and realize that that's a blessing. You understand? I keep saying to you, when you are mighty, do you ever think about when a mightier people conquer another people? What do? They want to manifest their authority. We are your rulers now. So they start putting all their likenesses, anything that represents who they are, they start spreading it around, posting it up. Here's statues, here's images, here we're on the dollar, we're on the currency, we're here, we're there, here's our flag symbol, on and on and on. So you know that it is us that's right here ruling. You won't have any question about who's in authority here. Anybody got any question about who's in authority in the lands of North America? Anybody got any question about who's in authority, in any particular in China? You understand? Of course, That's kind of a trick question, because if you're on a path of consciousness, of self-awareness or whatnot, the answer is one a bit superior. But for the sake of the mundane, for the sake of the ground level, you know that the minute you get off your plane in Port Authority, or Port JFK, New York, that you're no longer in Sierra Leone, that you're no longer in Gambia. You are now in the United States. And they will make sure that every move you make, everywhere you turn, every badge you see, reminds you that you're now under a different authority. So, with that being the case, with that being the nature of how we operate when we are a nation of people, divided or not, the Most High is more exalted than that, superior in methodology, and therefore, wouldn't you consider that the testimony, the bearing witness, the proof of self of the Most High is the loudest of all, is the most prevalent of all, needing nobody to say anything at all? Imagine that. Imagine that the presence, the reality of the reality required your testimony to bear witness to it. And without your testimony, it can't be. If you don't say it, the Most High doesn't exist. If you don't speak it, it's always the world will come to an end if you don't open your mouth and tell people that God is real. Just listen to how silly that sounds. Here you are, spinning around and around, 365 days a year, 24-hour revolutions, spinning around and around, and for some reason, little you and little me, we've got to speak up. Because if we don't speak up, the planet is doomed, because the voice of the Most High is so unaudible that if we don't speak up, nobody will know. Nobody will know about the Most High. If you don't say something, brother, you got to say something to these people, or they will be misguided and not know the Most High. Somebody else says it's a secret. Nobody can know except for us over here. And yet, even the child, even the baby being brought forth out of the womb is well acquainted of the Most High, and even has the nerve to speak the language of the Most High. Imagine that, right? Can my bodily eyes perceive anything to which it can bear witness, or have I been taught to ignore what I see with them? After all, haven't they been designed for the sole purpose of observation? Do you think that the Most High would design and fashion a creature with the abilities to observe only for him not to be able to observe? I'm not talking about that there are some humans that are born blind, born without sight. But when all things are proper, you understand, you have the tool of the eyes to observe, to look at, to see, not just to see what you're going to eat next, because that's what the foolish, you know, beast dwellers of the earth like to say. It's just, well, you just have them because it's your tool for survival. You got to survive, and you need to be able to see the food you're going to eat. But it's through this that we also take in that which nurtures our imagination, that which aids into our contemplation or whatnot. We observe loved ones. We observe the enemy. You understand? So there's survival in there, but it's a bit more, because guess what? While we observe the enemy, and while we observe the friend and the family, we can also observe the heavens. So, if the eyes were simply for observing food, then what benefit would I have in being able to see shiny stars in the night sky? I see the carrots and the cabbage and the collard greens, but man, after I've satisfied my hunger, what's up there? or out there, should I say. Then I'm reflecting on what I do when I close my eyes. What am I seeing? What are all these images? And what is all this? More observation. And it doesn't have anything to do with food and, limited material earthbound things. It doesn't have anything to do with that alone. All this ability to observe. The problem is we can allow our brains to be programmed in such a way that it causes us to shut off certain switches, so to speak, to where we consider some things that we observe to be inferior, insignificant, or not worth thought, not worth contemplation. Oh, I'm thinking about the cosmos, but that doesn't give me more food on my plate, so let me ignore those thoughts. I'm thinking about the fact that, this body will be entering the grave one day, but let's not think about that. Let's continue. Pass me another round of that sauce over there. Because these eyes are only meant to observe what it's supposed to eat next, because it's got to survive. Survival of the fittest. That's all I exist for, is to survive and be fit and die. That's what my eyes are for, even though they look at the night sky and see billions and thousands of stars. Thousands of objects, thousands of things that cause me to do what? Ponder, reflect. For what purpose? Why ponder and reflect on a bunch of stars if the purpose of their observation was useless? Why have these qualities to do this? That's like a bird designed to fly, but there's no wind to lift up its wings. You'd be like, oh man, I got these wings here. It looks like I'm supposed to fly, but they're telling me that's not what it's for. I just gotta pay attention to the beak that I have for catching worms. That's all you're here for, is to use that beak for worms. That's it. Worm, beak, worms. Never mind your wings. Ignore the wings. That doesn't put worms on the table. Of course. So I said, can my bodily eyes perceive anything to which it can bear witness, or have I been taught to ignore what I see with them? After all, haven't they been designed for the sole purpose of observation? Of course, I understand that they have limitations. My eyes in particular have all kinds of, limitations. Weakness for seeing things at a distance. And now, at the age that I am now, even seeing things up close. It wasn't always the case. I could read a book like this at one time, like, oh, there it is, my book. But now I'm like, what does it say? I can't read. And I had to go to the doctor one day, and I told him, I said, I gotta keep doing this just to read a book. We'll zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. And he was like, oh, there's nothing wrong with you. You're just getting old. I'm like, getting old? What? Really? I didn't know. So even I am compelled to wear correctional lenses to resolve my eyes' weakness in seeing distance. And as I've aged, even things near become a strain to see with these. But I'm talking about the eyes of the body. And what's interesting to me is that the weaker these eyes get, it's like the clearer my vision gets. Seriously, my vision gets clear. And what about what I hear? Oh, man. You'll think I'm delusional if I tell you the things that I hear anymore. The sights and sounds that I say, oh, this brother's gone crazy. He's off his mind because he's seeing things that I can't see, and he's hearing things that I can't hear, so he must be crazy. Is there anything that I can hear that would advise me rightly as to my nature and from where it originates, or in this, am I tone deaf? In other words, when we are born, are we born with missing instructions? Like, well, just off you go. Along the way, you'll find a book. Read it. Then you'll get to know me. I'm just saying. I don't mean to sound sarcastic or anything like that, but it just happens that way. Because for me, there's something there. There's something to that. There's something to that. The baby chick, I will say this, the baby chick, when he's brought into being, he looks up to his parent birds to eventually teach him how to fly. But the thing is, the birds are teaching him what birds do, not what birds don't. In other words, things that birds cannot do, they're not going to do because mom and dad can't do it either. But guess what we can do, baby bird? We can fly. Let me show you how. Then he teaches them how to fly. And so he learns to do what a bird does. If we're intelligent people, we raise our children and we teach them how to pursue knowledge. We give them a certain kind of programming, guidance, a guiding program. But from there, we hope we build on that programming so that they will be able to, on their own, pursue knowledge and consume the proper knowledge for themselves. Proper knowledge, what do I mean by that? Because, brother, you're saying proper knowledge. Is that orthodoxy talk again? Well, like I said, there's nothing in and of itself wrong with orthodoxy. There is protection in that structure of pursuing knowledge. Because there are things that you would be protected from because you wouldn't be pursuing that road of learning in the first place. But there are also blindfolds that can happen if you're not careful, that causes you to be blind to other things that are important to know as well as you travel along your journey. And the thing that has to be gathered is, when you are a part of the congregation and you are, feeling that kindred spirit amongst them, it doesn't mean that the person across the street who speaks a different language than you is a heathen or misguided. They're just speaking a different language. And the last I checked, you understand, and again, this isn't being used to prove anything, but the last I checked, the voice of the Most High is the voice of many waters. So it's just not heard. It's not only, or it's not limited to just the songs you sing. It's not limited to just the songs you sing or the ayats you recite. It's not limited to all that, nor does it stop there. You're telling me that the infinite one is confined to a book, meaning there's nothing else to say? I've given you the Quran, I've given you the Bible. I am saying nothing else forever. I'm the infinite one, and I will not talk another word. I will not inspire another mind. Another heart will not become inspired. It's done as the world turns. Complete insanity. Then some people will come when they ask you about this pursuit of proving the reality of the reality of the reality, or proving the existence of the existence. Silly stuff to talk about, really. Okay, then. Well, okay, let's say I believe there's God. Then who created God? I'm just saying, because that's what it sounds like to me when I hear people say these type of things. Who created all? You said something there. What am I to do with that one? Man, you got me. You got me in a corner. It hurts. Oh, who created? Who created? Who created God? What do I do with that question? Man, how silly can you be? You're asking me to say who brought existence into existence, who brought reality into reality. For me to deal with that, I'd have to assume that reality is not reality, but instead that which was brought into being real, that which is manifested. Existence is not existence, but that which exists. The being, you understand, is not the being, but that which has been made to be. Doesn't make any sense, does it? It's all crazy when you listen to that, play that back and listen to it again. You're like, no. Mm-mm. The math isn't mathing. You are what you manifest before me, I before you, we manifest a created thing. This is brought into being. The one manifesting as this is not brought into being, but is being and has always been and will forever be. Was being before, was being after. Why? Because that's the nature of existence. That's the nature of the infinitum. It doesn't ever stop. It never will. It's not it's not a creature. It's not a ball. It's not a figure. It's not a stone. It's not this shape or that shape. None of that we're talking about. You doubter, you one who said who would ask such a question, you could not be had the Most High not not continue to exist, not to always exist. Before you, after you, during you, you could not be. You could not exist if there were no existence. You could not exist if there were no existence. So for you to ask me is to say, well, how do I turn the existence into what exists? And say, okay, who created the existence? And even that there right there, these fools are still, maybe they're not foolish. Let me take that back, because the pursuit of knowledge is, there's room for everybody in this. There's room for everybody in that. But they would be pursuing the idea, well, okay, well, then we got to find out what this is. And to this day, they keep on trying to do a thing that, people who haven't a direction to point to would do. Well, here's the God particle. They will look out into the cosmos and say, well, we found something here, because this is responsible for bringing that into being, because this banged into that, it blew up into that, exploded into that, it brought back in together, imploded into all this, spun around, and here we are. So that is the God particle. We got him. We have found God. Okay. Well, that's the God. I mean, more power to you if that particle for you is God. You understand? But so how would you know if in fact, 'cause there's another term that we like to use when it comes to this road. It's called worshiping. So I had to deal with that word as well. So, well, worshiping. What do you worshiping, worship, a worship. I'm just, playing with the phonetics of that. A worship. The feeling or expressing of reverence and adoration for a deity. I was following that sentence all the way up until it said for a deity. Why couldn't it have just said the feeling of expression or the feeling of expression or reverence and adoration? Period. That is, in effect, worshiping. But guess what? When you get up in the early of the morning, combing your hair, sisters, or doing whatever you do up in the mirror, who knows? Brothers, you know what they're doing? Combing their hair, doing all, because it takes them hours, right? Because I go in there, brush, do this, that, I'm out, ready to go. Where are we going? I don't know. Don't want the wife to get perturbed. I heard you on your live last night talking about how long. Anyway, but what are we doing to ourselves when we're bathing and cleansing ourselves, removing impurities? Because that's what you're doing. You're removing impurities off of your bodily form. And doing so makes your mind feel clean also. You feel mentally clean. You feel refreshed. You feel refreshed. Ready to go. Ready to take on the new day. Ready to talk to somebody and say words that start with H and O, and open mouth words, without fearing that they might be offended at the outcome. What are you doing to yourself? What are you doing? Are you adoring? Are you honoring? Are you what was the other word? Oh, where is it at? I mean, to me, I think it's important to reflect upon adoration, reverence, because understand what's happening here. Let me put this over here. Let me do it like this. Understand what's happening because this form that you manifest is ancestral. I know you like to limit it. Nobody's like me. They're not like me. That doesn't represent me. It's not me. Not realizing that, yeah, it is. You manifest the features of your ancestors. All the genetic codes that make up what you manifest, these are the ingredients that have been passed down from generation to generation to generation. And you keeping it up, keeping it up and well and healthy and clean and fresh and whatnot is respecting that, is honoring that, is honoring what this is. The same thing goes when we want to consume things. If you're an honorable, respectable person, you're going to want to be around honorable and respectable people. That means you want your cipher to be pure and holy. You want the area around you, the perimeter around you, to be sacred ground. You want it to be sacred ground. If you're a respectable brother or sister, you don't want to go up in you don't want to marry a sister or have relations with a sister that maybe is not too sister like. You understand? Not proper. Same with the brother. You don't want someone, coming into you that's not proper. You're keeping what this is sacred. If if you have a respect for who you are, for your own nature, you're keeping this. You want to keep that respect there. So you're not going to allow anything into your environment that would tarnish that or make it impure. So what are you doing? What's happening here? What's happening every time you brush your teeth and comb your hair and clip your nails and adorn yourself with fragrances and whatnot? What are you doing? What's happening when you pick out the nice clothes to wear that day? What are you doing? What's happening? You understand? Why do you want the better occupation and not the inferior occupation or what you perceive? What's going on? What's going on with the path you choose when you seek the best, when you pursue the best, when you seek high quality meat or vegetables if you're not if you're a vegetarian or whatever, when you seek the best quality of vegetables, you look for the watermelon that has the seeds in it. Why the watermelon that has the seeds? What do you care? What difference does it make, right? It's all going in, just toss it in there, right? What difference does it make? Just toss it on in, right? Because there's something sacred. There's something special. We may not use some of these archaic words anymore, but the concept is still there. You're still demonstrating the characteristics of worshiping. That means you're respecting what this is. You understand? And the more you start to become in tune with, that path of that qualifies knowledge itself. You understand? Then you start respecting your origin, your greater self, your supreme being. You start respecting and honoring and worshiping that. Now, do I need? I mean, was a book qualified for me to grasp that? Again, this is an attack on us who read books for guidance. You understand? Because I'm one of those who are of the book or a book. I'm gonna say a book, but I'm also a person who deals with that like I deal with any book. Because you don't see me carrying around everywhere I go a book of mathematics. So that every time you talk to me, how do you know 2 + 2 = 4? Hold on. Well, page so and so right here in the book of mathematics by Mick whatever and the other person. Right here it says 2 + 2 = 2 bananas. You get 2 more bananas. You have 4 bananas. Ah, see, right. um, we don't do that. I take the tools that I gathered from that and I apply it through my experiences in life. But I keep on going. I don't even stop there. I build on what I've learned there. I use these as instrumental tools, supportive tools. You understand? Supportive tools. If anything, they're supportive to my journey. My life doesn't become a complete catastrophe in their absence. Ideally, even if I didn't have this, my struggle in life should be to align myself with what is right and exact. Everything else that I see in existence going, me operating according to my nature, me operating according to what this is that I am, and off I go. And it just so happens that I, find something. I cited an ayat in the Quran that encourages me to be well with my brothers and sisters and so on, to treat my spouse respectably, properly, things like that. I just so happens that I see something telling me to to not be encouraging me not to be ignorant, to increase in awareness and things like that, to be sure, to be free from doubt. But whether it said it there or I didn't read it there, it's still in principle, you know, a concept that I should want to do. How so? As a child, I could recall, snatching something from somebody as a little boy. The little boy didn't want that, so he didn't want me to snatch, so he snatched it back. This led to a brawl. It led to us getting punished. Then I thought about what happened. Not too much at that age. Later on, I thought more about it. But at that age, I thought about what happened. Like, man, and I think what made me think about it is because I saw the other boy crying. He was crying too. I was crying, but I was crying for a different reason. I was crying because I got punished. I got punished. He was crying because I had taken it from him. So I was like, man, he didn't like that. He didn't like when I took it from him, and it wasn't mine. He had it first. So, I was like, that made me feel sad for him, because I was putting myself in his place. Like, man, what if I was there and he was here? Yeah, I thought like that when I was 5, 6 years old. Believe it or not. That's the kind of person I've always been. I could remember sitting in the car with my father. Here's my brother over here, and I'm talking about the sun. Or he said something first. He was asking, where does the sun go when it lands? That was his question. Where does the sun go when it lands? And I looked at him like, like what? I'm like, brother, the sun isn't landing. It just looks like it's landing. He says, but I can see it right there. It's going down. It's landing on the ground. Why aren't the trees catching on fire? I said, exactly. Why aren't the trees catching on fire? If the sun was landing, all the trees would catch on fire and everything would be burning up. I said, but the sun's not landing. It looks like it's landing, but actually we're moving, and it makes the sun look like it's landing because we're moving. I couldn't quite explain the nature of that movement at that time, but I could tell that we were moving and that it wasn't the sun that was landing, but the appearance of landing because of the way we're moving. That was my response to him. And I think I was, I must have been somewhere like just around 5, because my father was still alive then. So, and that's the 5-year-old answering this question. I'm just letting you know the level a 5-year-old can go. You understand? So, let me put that back there. So understand that the term worship, the meaning, is bigger than what many people have settled with. Everything you do, every move you make in the right direction is in fact an act of worship, because you're being in sync with the reason why you're here in the first place. You're now in line. You're now moving according to a straight path. Just like everything else. It's like if you can imagine a whole army of creation just moving in one direction, doing what they're supposed to do, operating according to their design, you would be in ranks with these creations. Earth is moving the right way, sun is moving the right way, the moon is moving the right way, the trees are moving the right way, the frog and the toad is moving the right way, the alligator, the snail, the fish in the sea, everything moving the right way, and here you are moving the right way also. And the funny thing about it is, it's only the human being that can contradict that. By its own nature, it's only the human being that can contradict that, which says something else about the nature of reality, because all these are the products of the thought of the Most High. Just letting you know. So then the question comes here, well, brother, we have to have this and that so we can be properly guided. Maybe true. We do find that we become a bit more organized when we orthodox our life, because it puts us all on a common code. We know that at this time, if you follow the path that the Quran lays down, and in accordance with the commonly accepted expressions of it, you will find that 5 times a day, what are brothers and sisters doing? They're doing something called salat. That's an order. That's a structure. You understand? That's a structure that we live by day to day, before the sun even thinks of rising, if it thinks. I'm just saying. Um, Salat. After the sun reaches its zenith, that means after it passes the middle of the sky, Salat. Before the sun's glow of the day is finished, Salat. After the sun sets, Salat. In the depth of the night, Salat. 5 times. That's order. So I get that. I get in our nature, we are accustomed to that, believe it or not. Your parents learn to do a thing a certain way. You watch them do these things a certain way, and as you get older, you start doing things in the same way your parents were doing it, because this is the way that's been passed down to you. You inherited this method. Many of us, the titles that we adhere to, that we call our belief system, our religion, or whatever, are what we are upon, not because we willfully endeavored and embarked upon a path that led us to that, but because this is what our parents were doing. We saw our parents going to church, we go to church. We saw our parents going to the masjid, we go to the masjid. Our parents were going to the temple, we go to the temple. On occasion, as we get older, we encounter comrades, we encounter friends whose way comes to us in the appearance of being superior to whatever way we are upon, and we admire that. So we say, man, Rashad is upon this path. That path looks like it's a better deal than whatever I was doing. This stuff looks fake over here compared to that. So then we end up, quote unquote, transitioning to this new practice or new way, if that happens. Or we become offended or affected by something that happens in the way that we're upon, and so we seek out something else. But all the same, the motive is for the objective of, if anything, salvation. That's what we're pursuing. We don't want to lose. You understand? We don't want to be outside of the winning team, whatever that appears to be before our eyes. We don't want to be away from the winning team. And sometimes that can be an illusion, because sometimes the winning team might be the enemy keeping you away from the winning team, but by making themselves appear superior and better to you in your eyes. Just saying, these things do happen these days. We're looking at a time where there's all kinds of violence and hostilities, and many people are afraid to stand up for what's right, because they're afraid that the enemy is so mighty that there's nothing that they can do. But that's another topic for another time. But these things happen when it comes to our pursuit of salvation, of safety, of success, of progress, of elevation, so on. These are the things that happen. But then, how would you know if in fact you are worshiping a false god or practicing idolatry, or you're truly worshiping the Most High? Especially if it's so easy to do. How would you know? How would you know the difference? How would you be able to make the distinction of whether or not you're worshiping an idol, idolatry, a false god, anything like that? Well, all these examples that I was talking about, all these stories that we were reading about and things like that, often you find out when you have a conversation with people, it's false gods that they were abandoning in the first place. It's false interpretations. Many of the atheists that I've talked to, their idea of what they're saying they're rejecting wasn't what was the truth in the first place. They say, well, they're saying these people are saying that this thing is God, or this. I'm thinking, well, how is this God if this and this and this and this? I'll say, well, that's not God in the first place. So that what you're saying you disbelieve in doesn't make you an atheist, because you're disbelieving in something that's not God in the first place. I'm just saying. So already that's that's where strike one lands. We weren't even what you're talking about and what I'm speaking about is not the same. Because when you say you disbelieve in something that you're calling God, and then when you tell me what this thing is that you're saying you disbelieve in, I'm saying, well, that's not what I'm over here speaking about. So clearly, what you're rejecting is not what I'm talking about, because I'm not talking about that. And so, and the more we begin to talk and break bread with each other, the more we end up finding out how much more aligned we are. Especially when the cloud of titles and labels start to vaporize. When that cloud of titles and labels start to vaporize, and we start speaking with terms that we can connect with, me and the person I'm talking to, we end up finding out, hey, we're more brotherly than we thought. Brother, like that. I'm just saying. So, you know, often, we settle for false gods. And this ends up being what makes us limited, what limits us. The unity that we so crave as a people is false gods that hinder us from that path. It's false gods that hold us back. The gods of, well, it's our label that has to be at the forefront. It's our flag that has to be waved over your flag. It's our ideology that is superior to everything than your ideology. We are chosen, so you have to be like this, or you're chosen and we're not, or you are of this uh, method of thought. And since our method of thought is superior, if you don't join our side, then we can't be unified with you. Man, to say all this, to do all this on such a small ball of dust and water, I'm just trying to figure out how did we get this? How did we draw these type of conclusions to be so small? To be so small of a people, here we are. We die if we don't unify. So our survival is dependent upon unity. But for some reason, we've got all these obstacles that we place in the way. It is what it is. I was talking the last live about life, death, the fear of death, and while so many of us were so frightened of death, and yet at the same time, very at a very serious time of our existence, large numbers of humanity's lives are at stake of meeting death quickly and at a rapid, unannounced time and rate. I mean, literally, if you can imagine, just like I'm sipping this cup of coffee, imagine there's people by the hundreds, by the thousands. They were doing something just like that. And that was the last thing they got to do. And we take this for granted. Many of us they take this for granted because we are the observers of the situation and not the ones experiencing it. So we take it for granted as though somehow we are by default safe. We're guaranteed safe. We're not subject to any type of actions that would be our annihilation, our removal from this area in which we manifest. So my question there is, doesn't it make sense that we come to terms with conversations like this? Doesn't it make sense that we really reflect upon our vitality, that we reflect upon the nature of ourselves, that we manifest, that we reflect upon the path that we walk upon, that we manifest the characteristics that match that which we are aiming for, and that we assure ourselves that which we're aiming for is what we should be aiming for in the first place. Another conversation with an atheist, a so-called atheist. I don't even like saying that, but a conversation I had with a friend. I can say that because this person didn't wrong me. He didn't hinder my path. He didn't find a way to break me down or belittle me or shame me. When sometimes I find when I go into a church or a masjid somewhere, I get just that treatment. So sometimes the most brotherly people to me be people who don't carry the quote unquote title that's common amongst people who walk the road that I strive to walk upon. But he asked me, he says, in the heat of one of our debates, he said, well, wait until you die and you see that there's nothing. To which I thought, as I tend to do when someone says something like this, I think about what they say. I think about, well, why did he say that? And then, what's compelling him to say that particular thing? Then I start thinking about what was said. If I die and I see that there's nothing, I was like, I think that's the point that I was saying. You're saying what I was saying all along. That the fact is that if I die and I'm seeing anything at all or nothing at all, the fact that I'm seeing, that I'm manifesting the act of sight, I'm seeing, I'm looking, I'm observing. If I'm still able to observe something or nothing at all, that means I still am. I win the argument. I got you. I got you. No, I didn't tell him that. I didn't tell him that. But my point was, I did say to him, I said, look, I said, the fact that I'm able to see anything at all proves what I'm saying. The argument that I'm making is that, this door that we call death is merely a transition from one point to another point. It's me expiring this manifest form, you understand, and continuing, perhaps to manifest another. It may not be a form similar to this. It may be a form similar to this, but all the same, I am. And so yeah, that's what I said to him. And I said this because, if, like I said, if I'm able to see, albeit nothing, I'm still seeing. And one of the very qualities I believe, based upon what I observe through this path, you understand, one of the attributes that I could speak about of the Most High is not being a thing. Meaning the Most High is not a thing, which is the phonetic source or the phonetic composition of the word nothing, no thing, not a thing. So I said, yeah, if I see this, then I know I will have reached my objective. Because I'm now in the presence of the Most High, who WHO is no thing. Not a planet, not a rock, not a statue, not a shooting star, not a river to cry, not a thing. What sustains me is breath. Breath, then, must be an important key to knowing my origin and the nature of the Most High, because that's what sustains. And, it sounds simple to say, but when you understand the nature, the qualities of everything that exists, you understand that it's much more it's deeper than meets the eye. The very breath you breathe, the oxygen molecules, you understand that, and you break all that down and on and on and on, as we said before, you realize things aren't so as they seem. Why do you breathe in oxygen in the first place? What is it doing? Is it just making like a fan inside your body to cool your organs down? Or is there something that the oxygen molecules are carrying that keeps your body animate? And what is that? What about the electrons? What's in the nature of the electrons that your body needs to keep it animate? what's in the electrons. I want to show you something here. No, this is a live long, a long live, a live long, live long. This is a long live, but I have some things to deal with because this is a pretty hefty topic. Let me do some of this here.
Many atheists think there's no reason. Does God exist? Many atheists think there's no reason to believe in God because.
Oh man, it wants to do a commercial.
Does God exist? Many atheists think there's no reason to believe in God because we have science to explain everything in the universe. It's true that science is able to explain the natural world, that's what it's for, but by definition, science cannot tell us whether there's anything outside or above the natural world. In other words, whether there's anything supernatural. Generally, when people speak of God, they mean a supernatural, all-knowing mind who is everywhere and can do anything.
Pause. I got to deal with that. And the reason why I got to do that is he's doing the same thing that many ground level people like to do. And I'm not trying to belittle anybody, but the very word supernatural implies that something is other than natural. I don't, I don't find where that can be used for dealing with the Most High, because the Most High is as the Most High is. Always, exalted, meaning always the extreme and the closest. You understand? To say supernatural would mean that in the case of the Most High, that the Most High is other than what the Most High is, meaning not real of itself or natural as the Most High would be. Meaning, this is the way the Most High is. This is the nature of the Most High. So the nature of Most High, because when you put it this way, it's a comparative to that which is manifested. Which that gives me something else to deal with. When I'm talking about manifested, do we deal with the manifest as, do we say, well, the manifest is the Most High? The thing is, let me break this down to you. When you say we could say that the Most High is seen and unseen, meaning you see what is manifest. But as we've already broken down, when you look closer at anything that's manifest, you end up seeing that it's not really there as it appeared to be. Look closer to this form. Look closer to this, and you will see that it's not as it appeared to be when you looked at it from a distance. When you look past the cells, when you look past the skin tissue, when you look past the cells, when you look past the nucleuses of the cells, when you look past the molecules, and when you keep on looking through and through and through and through and through, you keep on running this wild chase that doesn't end. You keep on looking and looking and looking and looking. Why? Because that's the nature of the Most High. That's the nature of the Most High. Evasive, and yet at the same time, very close. Far distant and yet very close, all at the same time. It's right about the all-knowing, but it needs to go in deeper. Is the knowledge, not just all-knowing, but all what you can know is of the Most High. You understand? There's nothing outside of the parameters, if you will, since there are no parameters for the Most High. There's nothing outside of that to be known. Whenever you know, you're knowing something of the authority, the thought, the manifest power, qualities of the Most High. That's what you're knowing. Wherever you look, it's something manifesting the thought of the Most High. And everywhere, again, these are words that we qualify based upon our human experience, because I'm here and you are wherever you are. But this is the way this form manifests. But there is no everywhere for the Most High, since the Most High just is. I am. You understand? Wherever it be, wherever. This is perceptive. I mean, this is with the perspective of human experience. Since I'm right here and my eyes only go so far. I was looking at the waters the other day. It's a lake I was looking at, and the lake was big so far that you couldn't see the other side. And I thought about that. I was like, man, you can't even see the other side because of how big this lake is. These are the limitations of this body. It's not the limitations of that which manifests present, you understand, on earth as it is in heaven. So there's no where. It just is. It's what is. The Most High is being always. ING is happening right now. It's always happening. It would. The Most High will never stop being. And this is omnipotent. I got to deal with this also, because in this case, the Most High is doing everything. It says here, can do anything, but the Most High is doing everything. Everything qualifies the action, the functionalities associated with the thought processes of the Most High. There's a saying that when you are in tune with the path and you move your hand, it's the hand of the Most High that's moving. When you write those letters, it's the Most High writing those letters. When you communicate words of wisdom, it's the Most High communicating words of wisdom, and so on and so on and so on. When you are in sync, family, it is the Most High who is manifesting. And whether you are aware of it or not, it is the Most High who is manifesting. That's the thing. So are you saying if you weren't in sync, the Most High is doing nothing? Not saying that at all. The thing is the person who's not in sync is not aware of the actions, of the actionality of the Most High. But it's always ever happening. If you see a mountain that's about to become a volcano, you will notice some signs prior to that, because it's going to operate according to the way the laws that befit that object. You're no exception to the rule than the mountain becoming a volcano. You're no exception to the rule than the reason why a turtle has to move so slow. You're no exception to the rule, the reason why fish are able to breathe in the water with the use of gills. Everything has a law which what it abides by, a way to operate. That law is the domain or the order of the actions of the Most High. Do it this way. This is the way that it operates according to its nature, says the Most High. These are the laws. Whether you are aware or not aware. Whether you're aware or not aware. But these are the things you could observe. That's why even as I'm looking at these words, it's like another language is coming to me as I'm looking at it, and that's what I share with you. I can imagine, I remember at one time where I looked at these words and read them just as you see them. But now that's problematic because I see something else. So I wanted to share that with you. Let me play a little more because there was a part in here.
So what is math, and what does it have to do with God? Math is about numbers and information about those numbers and ways numbers connect to each other, but where do we find all this math? We can't see math, we can't touch math, we can't taste math. Math is only in the mind. We find it simply by thinking about it and figuring more and more things out. But wait, math also explains things. Math can explain everything from simple counting to the movement of planets. For anything you can think of, there's a bunch of math that explains what's going on, even down to the atomic level. So if math is only in our minds, but it also explains the natural world, then where does it come from? There's two possibilities, really. One is that math is just something we invented to explain what we observe in the natural world, and that would mean the origin of math is natural. But the other possibility is that math is already there because it controls the universe and we've discovered it. And if that's true, then the origin of math is supernatural. Here's why the latter option is correct. Math contains infinite information. There's an infinite number of numbers, each with their own individual properties, and there's an infinite number of numbers in between any two numbers. And we keep discovering things. Pi,
So,
which is
hold on before he talks about pi. So basically, when he's talking, whenever he mentions supernatural, he's regarding what he perceives as the limitations of human experience. So anything that's beyond human experience, you understand, the ability of human experience or human implementation, that's supernatural. So, for example, if we were to see someone just jump up and start flying, we would say, well, that's supernatural because generally speaking, the human experience, we haven't seen anybody jump up and start flying. So since we haven't seen anybody jump up and start flying, then the act of doing so is supernatural. Again, all that is problematic when it comes to dealing with this subject matter because it shrinks the discussion. It shrinks down the majesty of the Most High. Let me say it that way. It shrinks down the majesty of the Most High to limited humanoid, hominid, Homo sapien understanding. But for the sake of what we're seeing here, the gentleman does have a point regarding mathematics being a testimony, you understand, of the truth of the Most High.
the number that explains the area of a circle, has an infinite number of digits that we keep discovering by doing calculations. If we were just making this stuff up, we could make pi be whatever we want it to be, but we can't do that because we know that that's not true. We know that all this information is out there somewhere, but it can't be in our physical universe because our universe is finite and math is infinite. That means math contains every possible combination of numbers. And if we use numbers as code for letters, then math contains every possible combination of letters as well. That means every book that has ever been written already exists encoded in math somewhere. In fact, every book that possibly could be written already exists in math. And if we use numbers as code for particles and their locations, then you could say there's an exact copy of our universe encoded in math. But there's also more stuff in math. So that's why math can't possibly be contained just within our universe. But that's just the beginning. There's many pieces of evidence in math to show that math has a designer. Here's an example. One time someone discovered that this simple equation makes a very interesting shape when you graph it in the complex plane, and this is called the Mandelbrot set. But people have analyzed this shape and have found some very scary things about it. What's amazing about the Mandelbrot set is that you can zoom in infinitely and you'll keep finding new things. Over here, you can keep finding more and more copies of the Mandelbrot set no matter how far you zoom in. You could even zoom in really close to something like this, and it takes a while, but look, there's another little baby Mandelbrot set. Alternatively, you could go into this region and find completely different things. On the left side of this thing, you'll find these weird elephant-shaped things that have spirals that go on forever, and you could even zoom into the side of one of the spirals and find new spirals that repeat infinitely and keep generating new infinite patterns like this. Or you could go on the other side of the elephants and find these weird seahorse-shaped things that have different kinds of spirals that are connected to each other, and once again, they keep going on forever. You can zoom in infinitely, and you'll keep finding new patterns, but like I said, it's a different type of pattern. Seriously, anytime you explore the Mandelbrot set, you can find brand new things, possibly things that no human has ever seen before, because like I said, there is infinite complexity and infinite information in this one shape. That's why this little shape is so scary. We did not invent this because we discovered it by accident, but we did not discover it in our universe. It has infinite complexity, so it can't possibly be in our universe because the universe doesn't have infinites. We discovered it just by calculating it. So where the heck did this thing come from? Basic common sense says that someone designed this, but no human designed it. Like we said, math only exists in the mind, so its origin must also be a mind. Math contains infinite information, so this mind must be all-knowing. Math controls the universe, so this mind must also be all powerful. And math is beyond and outside of our natural world, so this mind must be supernatural. And we have just described God. All these numbers and mathematical facts exist in the infinite mind of God, but it's not just mathematical truth that exists in the mind of God, but also moral truth and any kind of truth at all. Goodness, truth, and beauty are just mere opinions of the human mind, unless there is a supreme mind, God, who overrules all human opinions. Because math is beyond time, space, and limits, the existence of math proves the existence of God because math is in the mind of God. As the great scientist Galileo said, math is the language with which God has written the universe.
Okay, not really needing Galileo to prove anything for us, but while he has some valid points, the thing that he expressed regarding that being the God, rather than this being a manifestation of the power or the thought of God or the Most High, is more accurate. Anytime you observe anything, you're not ever going to be seeing the Most High. You understand? What you're going to be seeing is a manifestation of the presence and or power and or dominion of the Most High. That's what you observe. Because just like he kept zooming in and everything, the absolute is always going to be evasive. To be able to zoom in and capture, you cannot capture any aspect, you understand, of the presence of the Most High. You can't capture it. You can't lock it up. You understand? There are things you could do with what's manifested, but what you do with what's manifested are only in accordance to the rules and the nature of those things. You understand? For example, this body can be handcuffed and taken away. Your body can be handcuffed and taken away according to the measure and rules. And that, there could be a processes of thought that causes that not to be able to happen as well. You could communicate, and next thing you know, the handcuffs aren't on you somehow. I'm not talking about anything mystifying. I'm just talking about very, a straightforward conversation here. Um, Always infinite intelligence while being present. Infinite intelligence is always present, always present. These truths these are science symbols, information, bearing witness, bearing testimony to the infinitum, to the Most High. As I said, we are surrounded by an abundance of evident proof. There's no we are not, it's not even necessary to communicate something to, if we quote unquote defend the truth of the Most High. It's not needed. Defend what? What are we trying to defend? That someone observes and someone doesn't? The outcome of what happens when someone doesn't observe and he has or she has eyes just like you and I do, or anybody does? We have this nature where we can close our eyes to truth, to this truth, or we can observe. Sometimes we observe and still somehow end up moving blindly. Sometimes we can see, we can observe and still contradict and still walk in the contrary direction while seeing, while observing clear evidential truth. This is the human experience. We can bust our knees and get up and start walking again, bump our head, scratch it, and get up and start thinking again. All these things, that we do in and of themselves, believe it or not, are evidence of how I know, how you may know, how many of us are knowing, and yet we haven't quoted a single scripture this entire life. We haven't quoted a single verse or anything to be the proof of how we know. of how you know. Listen to that sentence all by itself. How you know. How do you know? Don't listen to it in a sense of like someone's interrogating you, but rather someone asking you your method. See, even that right there is a trick question, a trick in the question all by itself. How do you know? Not how do you know? I'm interrogating you. How do you know? But how do you do that? How do you know? This is how I know. This is my method of how I know. This is my methodology. What I present, what I manifest before you each day of my life, of your life. This is how we know. Um, One time I had an experience. Well, actually more than once, but one time I'm talking in particular, where all of a sudden I was with a man who we would say was an adopted father, right? And while I was with him, I was lying there, and I started feeling something. Then he left. In the adopted mother was there, and I started complaining more about the pain in my lower abdomen. And so, she panicked, took me to the hospital. And while at the hospital, later what I learned to be appendicitis was what was going on. They said my appendix was well upon the path of rupturing. So they needed to remove it, which means that I needed to go into a state of anesthesia. Now, why am I sharing this with you? Because there's something about the nature of what I was experiencing that whenever I reflect upon it, it was always interesting to me. Because sleep is one thing, death is another thing, but they are said to be of kinship. They're of the same family. But this was something else but it was in the same family. But in this situation, I was brought under anesthesia. They put the mask over your face and you breathe in. What word did I say earlier that I said I was going to mention again? I said, we're breathing right now a kind of gas known as oxygen. That's the name of the gas. That's the name of this particular gas that we breathe in daily. This particular kind of breath, this particular manifestation of breath that we breathe to sustain our animated form. We call it oxygen. But I was now inhaling another kind of gas, given the name anesthesia. And I can remember the experience. I could remember that, one, I didn't want to breathe this, but I was going to be breathing it anyway because they got me. So I wasn't going anywhere. But as I was breathing it in, I noticed that I started to see this world started to vanish. But I was still seeing, I was still observing, I was still looking, but I was seeing something like colors spinning around in a blurrish fashion, spinning and moving, and it almost had a vibration of a sort because it even almost had it was almost audible. You know what I mean? Like that, like a spinning, the sound that spinning would make, and it's moving in a blurs of colors. I remember this, the blur of colors and whatnot. And this happened, and then all of a sudden, my body's eyes open, and I could see my adopted mother standing next to me. And apparently hours had gone by. So I'm staring at colors and whatnot for hours. And maybe there was a point where I wasn't staring at all at anything. That part I don't remember. But I do remember the staring at the colors spinning and spinning and like I was going at hyper speed. That was a moment to reckon with because I wasn't asleep and I wasn't dead, but I was still observing. And when I woke up, or when I, came to, if you will, observing my adopted mother sitting there, hours had gone by. I asked, I mean, literally, I'm thinking it was like 8 hours or 9 hours. You understand? Had gone by, maybe even longer. But all that seemed like it was seconds. I'm telling you, literally, I'm gonna show you a video that kind of reminded me of. Let me close some of these. That kind of reminds me of what I was experiencing. Can I find it? Is this it? And this is just an animation, but I'm just trying to get you somewhere in the parameters of what I was looking at. But I'm trying to bypass these commercials. It just repeated itself with another commercial. Like, haha, you're going to watch an ad. If you do anything, you're going to watch our ad. It is the same exact ad twice. Let's see here. Oh, hold on. That's not it. Anyway, all that for nothing. I can't find it. I think I might have closed it by accident. But just to try to understand, I'm going to show you something else, though. What I was going through was a profound moment. I mean, all I can say is just imagine you're staring at a bunch of colors, reds, blues, yellows, orange, spinning in circles like a spiral. You know those little wind toys that we used to have that blow in the wind, and you start seeing them spin real fast, something like that, but up close and all in my face, is what I was seeing. But I want to show you, I'll show you this one since I can't find that other one. I'm going to show you this one right here. There's a little boy. I want you to observe his bodily actions and see if you can connect with what he was going through inside while he's experiencing this anesthesia going through his system. Anesthesia, mind you, is not something that's actually natural. It's what's used and accepted to be used for putting people into a sedated condition so they can perform surgery on your body and you still be, in effect, vital. So let's see. This a little boy is about to he's about to get some anesthesia. He doesn't know it. I imagine they probably told him sweet nothings. You'll get some candy after this if you be a good boy, whatever.
Yep.
You want to lay down?
He's trying to fight. He's trying to refuse the
stubborn.
injection.
He's even stubborn high.
Now, listen to what they're saying. They're saying he's being stubborn. He's not being stubborn. He's responding to human nature, meaning something strange is happening to him, and he's resisting it. He wants to resist it. This is something that's not natural is happening to his body. He knows it. He doesn't know what it is, but he knows something that's not usual is happening to his body, and he's trying to fight it. So he's responding to basic human nature right now. But if you could just try to grasp what he might be seeing behind those, deep within. Not that you see his eyes are open observing the doctor because he sees the doctor there or whatever, but try to think of what's overwhelming him right now. The feeling, the observation that's overwhelming him right now.
His trunk is still trying to fight lying down. I can feel it. Look at that. I mean, look at these. He's trying.
He's not having it, is he? He's like, no. I'm not going out like that. That's a heavy one there. Um, Let me go to this. Let's see here. I want to show you this one right here.
Be up, right? But if I pinched you, you'd be up. If I shook you, you'd be up, right? But under anesthesia, I'm going to pinch you and do a full operation, and you're not up. So it's really further on the spectrum of unconsciousness.
10, 9, 8, 7.
When you wake up after being put under with general anesthesia, you barely feel like any time has passed. You could have been out for an hour or a day, and you wouldn't know the difference.
When you go to a natural sleep, people call your name, your alarm goes off, you wake up, right? This is not what is going to happen during general anesthesia. You're going to be unconscious.
You're closer to being in a coma than being asleep. Anesthesia was first used during surgery in 1846. The drug provided at that time was ether. Now, anesthesiologists more commonly use a combination of drugs, like propofol and fentanyl, which interrupt neural pathways, so you don't feel pain and you don't remember the surgery.
3 things that you need for general anesthetic are you need amnesia, so that they don't remember, analgesia, so they have pain relief, and then operating conditions for the surgeon. Some surgeries, you need the patient to be very relaxed, so you would use a muscle relaxant. Other surgeries, the patient just needs to be asleep and anesthetized, but they don't need relaxation. So how they do that varies upon the different medications that you're using. Some will depress excitatory neurons, and some will enhance inhibitory neurons.
Excitatory neurons, for example, get excited and send signals to other neurons to fire. Depressing them means less signals telling your brain you're in pain. Inhibitory neurons do the opposite. They make it harder for neurons to generate these electrical signals. In either case, this means fewer active neurons overall, which is important because when your body is being poked and prodded, neurons would typically fire to tell your brain you're in pain. If those neurons aren't firing, your brain doesn't know that your body is, well, being cut open.
Basically, it interrupts the pathways and the communication between your neural networks.
Hold on, I want to deal with that. Basically, what's happening there is your body is not able to communicate with you, is not able to inform you of what's going on with it. In other words, you're out of your mind during this time. When you're under anesthesia, you're no longer, in tune with your body. Understand what I just said there. You're no longer in tune, and during that time, you're not in tune, you're not connected with your body. You're not connected with any aspect or experience of your body during that time. Even your heart is affected by this anesthesia. That's why they will have to monitor there's some equipment they use to monitor that your heart is able to keep a certain rhythm or be stable, because it can react negatively, to the anesthesia if proper actions aren't demonstrated in the course of this procedure. But what I'm saying is you though, you're not there at that time. You're not present with your body. In fact, I can remember, and this, again, this is me observing what people have said about their experiences. I think there may even be some things on YouTube where people have talked about when they were in this state, that they were able to observe the medics, the doctors, the surgeons performing on them while they were doing it. They could see that, hey, that's my body and you're performing surgery on my body. There's something about these experiences, even the experience that I had. Well, all I got to see, I didn't get to see all of that. All I got to see was a bunch of fancy colors spinning around and around and around. But all the same, these experiences let me know that there's something more about my nature than meets the eye. So, I would say to you, people who think we're just flesh and blood, we're just another kind of animal. What benefit in my survival? You understand? When it comes to survival of the fittest, what benefit would I need to be seeing colors while I'm in a sedated situation? How would that benefit me? If I was trying to survive and the animals hunt me down and like, oh, I land on the ground, bump my head, go unconscious like that to where I'm seeing colors. Well, I guess the benefit with me, I don't get to see the animal chew me up, I guess. So maybe you got me on that. The animal is chewing me. You know how them wild dogs be in the nature movies, just eating the animal. He's alive. The animal's still trying to fight and stuff while his tail end is being mauled and gnawed up. So I guess if I'm seeing colors in the eyes of these foolish scientists, that would be the reason for me seeing colors, is so I don't notice my demise. No, okay, anyway. So I wanted you to see that. I want to hear, the thing about this kind of conversation is that often I get curious at what educated people have to say, like scholarly people, people who are associated with profound scientific knowledge. They are, put on a pedestal of being a genius. Me representing the people, I like to look to see what people who are of the melanated sort have to say first. I like to look at the family first, in other words. And that brings me to Neil deGrasse. Let me get out of the commercial zone first. See, they did it again. You're going to watch this commercial. Throw it at me a second time. They don't even give me a countdown. Like, you're going to watch this commercial all the way through. This is madness. Like, you're going to watch this. This is a paid commercial. You're going to watch. We're going to get our money's worth. Watch this commercial. And some websites will make you watch the commercial, and if you try to switch the page, they'll pause until you come back. I think Netflix does stuff like that. They'll pause. If you try to watch it, they'll pause, and then when you come back, they'll continue. Netflix and whatever Sony's brand is. They want to make sure that the programming gets in. You will be programmed somehow, some way. Oh, come on. 3 times? They just did it 3. Oh, man, folks. Family, this is what they're doing to me. 3 times. Shame, shame, shame. 3 times. How do you get me 3 times? They just literally did the commercial, the same exact commercial, 3 times in a row. No countdown. No countdown skip button. 3 times in a row. Like, oh, he's doing a live. We got to make sure we slow that down. What a shame. All right, so because I'm not here to advertise that, so that's why I'm waiting for the commercial to bypass, so then I can share the screen. You hear that, YouTube? I'm not sharing your commercial. So let me do this. Let me see if because they're trying to do it. I don't know what's going on here, but they were trying to do it a 4th time. Oh, now I got the countdown. Like it was stuck in that. There we go. Boom. I got rid of it. Man, that was crazy. They were literally trying to get a 4th round out of me on that commercial. Had to refresh the channel there. All right. So here's Neil deGrasse Tyson on God. And understand, often I'm gonna just remind you, and I don't mean I just want to give this as a disclaimer. Oftentimes when people ask this, it's a silly question the way people asked it, really, to me, and it deserves a silly answer, but often it frames the concept or the theme of the question to the scope that westernized minds have tend to shrink down the meaning of that word God. And so it frames the direction of where the question goes and how it gets answered. And that in itself is going to produce an erroneous answer, because the answer doesn't go with the meaning of the question if a conscious approach was observed. Well, let's see.
Do you believe in God?
Me?
Creator?
Yeah. So I'm the more I look at the universe, just the less convinced I am that there is something benevolent going on. So if your concept of a creator is someone who's all powerful and all good, that's not an uncommon pairing of powers that you might describe to a creator. All powerful and all good. And I look at disasters that afflict Earth and life on Earth: volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, disease, pest.
So hold on, let me pause there. While I was giving that countdown, that list of observations. I'm not saying that Neil hasn't observed what he's observed, but it's clear to me that what's been presented to him in association with the term God is something, of like a ground level dweller would understand or would interpret, because they're always trying to materialize the meaning of the Most High, meaning zero in on some object. Thus, the reason why we find that our ancestors were disgusted with idolatry, because it limited your scope. It singled out your scope. If it rained and you could only perceive that rain was associated with one concept or one aspect of the Most High, so much so that you singled it out and made it as if it was its own entity. Here's the God of the rain, and over here's the God of the wind, and over here's the God of light, and the God of darkness, the God of war. When all these things in that way are fictitious. You understand? That's not how the earth operates. That's not how the earth operates. That's not how the sun operates. It's not how the galaxy operates. And in that way, I can understand why Neil deGrasse Tyson might be, have the expressions that he's given right here. Because in that is the same notion that the expression of a quote unquote good God, sad to say, tends to be a Western Christian concept that is not even backed by the sources associated for their study or learning. It's also done in the case of so-called orthodox amongst the adherents of the brand called Islam. I say brand because all these terms, you don't find it through the sources associated with the scriptures or the information, the sources of information in the book forms. You don't find it there, but these are the ways that people have rendered the use of the words. To say the term righteous is not the same thing as saying good. If you harm my mother, my wife, my children, even myself, I'm not too concerned too much, but mainly it's these that I mentioned, I will harm you. Me saying that is not unrighteous. If I were to harm you, that would not be bad. That would not be unrighteous. It would not be good to you. You would not like the strikings that you would get, but I would be behaving righteously. I would be doing the righteous thing if I did that. If you observe this in the world, you will find things that are unseeming, things that are frightful, things that, you know, they may not seem to add up, and they may even make us emotional, and they should. When you see massacre happening, genocide happening, we should be affected as humans if we have any kind of moral element in our heart, any kind of pity, anything that means, you know, concern for another human being. If we have these qualities, then yeah, when you see huge massacres of humans, you should feel some kind of way, whoever they be. You understand? That should make you concerned, bothered, even, both instinctively, spiritually, you name it. Instinctively, because you're seeing this happening. Well, man, whoever's doing the massacring might look at you and think you should be included. And you already see they don't care about the ones they are already massacring. So what's holding them back from massacring you too? What makes you different than the ones that they're massacring if they see you too as the enemy? I'm just saying. Spiritually, because the people that are at the end of the suffering end of the massacre, in that state, they are innocent. There's nothing that the person drinking this cup of coffee did to deserve an explosive bomb being dropped on top of his head while he was in the comfort of his own home. And if he didn't have a home anymore because it was blown up yesterday, in the comfort of the rock that he had no choice left but to sit on. So yeah, you would be concerned. Why? How could something like this possibly happen? And the thing about, you know, the laws of the divine, of the Most High, they're not like the laws of humanity. You understand? They don't function as a human because the Most High is not a human. It's humans that, you know, are compelled to govern one another based upon moral strictures. And even those moral strictures tend to be of whoever in power enough to apply them. Because at the end of the day, you could be in under a certain system where an authority is ruling and their morals are corrupted. Then the corrupt values are what are propagated across the land and or enforced. And then that's what you live by, or are forced to live by, or at the very minimum are forced to accept that others are living by those immoral values. These things are happening, but it is the design that it's the method of design. If fire is lit and anybody touches it, whether you are a good person or evil person, you are likely to be burned by those flames. If you take a knife and cut, if I cut you and you're righteous and I cut you and you are unrighteous, you are still going to bleed blood. That's the law of what happens when the blade of knife cut human flesh. Human flesh is not invincible to the blade of a knife. So you cut, it bleeds. Bomb drops, people are dead. The rule, spiritually or morally speaking, yes, it is unrighteous. It is hateful. It is painful to watch. But this is still the outcome of what happens when a bomb from a wicked person, owned and possessed by a wicked person or wicked people, is, you know, commenced to be dropped on other people. The bomb has no association with whether the people who the bomb is dropped on are innocent or not. You know, it's like we say, it's not the gun that gets the blame. It's the person behind the gun that gets the blame. It's the person behind the gun that is responsible, and that's the person that we deal with. The nature of the human being, you understand, is one that is capable of doing good things and evil. So when you have an evil human doing something evil, you can't expect something good to happen out from the evil person. You understand? Because they're doing what it is that is in their nature to do, their wickedness. But that only means then that if people had a greater awareness, if they were alert and aware of themselves and their surroundings, that they would, you know, and if they really did not want this to continue on as it is, then they would do the opposite. They would do what was necessary to prevent that from happening. And if that was not the case, you understand, then you understand that the dynamics or the laws that operate humanity in this world, you know, at the very least are outside the things that will preserve us as a human, you know, species, if you would, are now outside of human hands. You understand? At that point, we would have to realize that, you know, our salvation, our being saved from such a catastrophe, is out of our hands. So it would seem. I will still suggest that even that case would be possible. I would suggest that even that's a case that we should be mindful of. Why? Because we're not all that is. We're not all. It's not all about us, and we're not. Salvation, success, protection, this or that is not solely dependent upon what we do or don't do. What we do can benefit or can also hinder. But if you haven't noticed, everything in existence, it has some way, or there's something about its environment that can aid it. There's something about its nature or other aspects of nature that work in its favor to its benefit. And at the very least, if, you know, all else fails, you know, the thing is, life and death are features of our existence, our experience on this life, our experience of life on this world. It's unfortunate and it's terrible that this is something that humans have to suffer from other humans, because it's not birds or bears or tigers that are dropping the bombs. But interesting enough, if a bear could attack us, it still would. If a lion could attack us, it still would. Anything that has the nature to attack another species for benefit, for whatever, it would, but for a whole different reason. When a wicked human is attacking, it's not attacking because it desires you for food. Perhaps, because there are humans that do that, or humankind that do that. But at the end of the day, this is the experience on Earth, and you would have a contradiction in the laws of existence if someone who did own a bomb dropped it and it exploded and did all the damage, but no humans amongst the damage died. Anybody on Earth would say, oh, that's a miracle, and they would be telling the truth. They would say that's a miracle because that's not what should have happened. That bomb blew everything up. All the buildings are now rubble, but the humans are still walking around that were amongst it and living in it. That wouldn't make any sense now, would it? So here, you know, what the Grice is trying to express is because of all these catastrophic events, all these hostile aspects of existence, that must be proof that there is, quote unquote, using the terms they're using, no God. And that is not, that proves that at the very least, that the understanding, the knowledge that Neil deGrasse Tyson has regarding the term God is insufficient, is wanting, because the things he's saying, if God is like this, if the God is like that, are one, that is that third person again, and is that humanization of the Most High, is that seeing the Most High as a flesh and blood creature with blood cells, heart, spleen, liver, intestines, you know, spinal column, walking about exclusively one individual. That's God right there. You see him over there walking? That's God. That flesh and blood with saliva coming out of his mouth. He's about to go defecate any time now. That's God. If that's his understanding of God, you understand, of the term God, or what's meant by when the God conscious use any kind of word like that, then he's not talking about the Most High. He's not talking about the Most High. Let's let him finish.
Pestilence, congenital birth defects. You look at this list of ways that life is made miserable on Earth by natural causes. And I just ask, how do you deal with that? So philosophers rose up and said, if there is a God, yes, God is either not all powerful or not all good. I have no problems if as we probe the origins of things, we bump up into the bearded man, if that shows up,
See, listen. You hear what he just said? If we bump up to the bearded man, he's telling you the concept that he's been taught regarding the Most High. The man's a genius when it comes to a lot of scientific observations, but somewhere he missed a few chapters in his life regarding, or he was misguided by some chapters. Maybe he was even misguided by some chapters, or the interpretation given to those chapters, and this is what he's given. This is what he come up with. I don't see any book describing the Most High as being all good. You have to show me a page where it's saying the Most High is all good. I didn't say that it says the Most High is good. I said all is good. I know somebody will shout, well, it says right here, God is good. There's a difference between certain terms. You know, like I said, understand the difference between righteousness, the word righteousness, and the word good. The word righteousness and the word goodness are not synonyms. They may be, made to be in some sources, but they carry two different weights, two different meanings. The philosophers that he's talking about, I would say that they too lacked in an awareness of both self, and that which is around them. And so as a result, they were not capable of. I would challenge who these philosophers that he's quoting or referring to were. Like, where did they come? Because for some reason, it seems like most of the people that had these kind of arguments are all associated with philosophers of Europe. Most of the philosophers of Europe would have these kind of arguments. And I'm not saying this to make small out of people from that region, but it says a lot about when you think about the what do you call it? The scope or the range of adepts across time. When you go to adepts in Africa, they weren't challenging the Most High. They weren't challenging the reality of the Most High. They were benefiting off of the reality. The mistakes that we would make sometimes is absorbing, the benefit so much that we will confine the insight, the outside, to the vessel. You understand? We would say, well, that's because, and we would limit the reason why we were able to do certain things. And we would, as a result, forget about the omnipotent, that term. We will forget about the omnipotent and only deal with the potent. You understand? The reason why this power happened, or reason why, because it's what I did. I did that. I did that, and you see what I did? Look at what I can do. And we're not, when we're saying this, we're saying it in a attributing everything to this form that we manifest, and we make a mistake in doing that. We make a mistake in doing that. But I just noticed that every time I look at even the scholars amongst us now, when Dr. Layla, he has a kind of a approach. He's a non-God, God believing person. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's not a conscious person. I think he's a very conscious person of the Most High, but he's not a believer in God. You understand what I'm saying? Overstand what I'm saying. He's not a believer. He's not a believer in God. I would say the same with like someone like Dr. Sebi, or I mean, I can't even think of I can't think of the one over is he was he in Tanzania maybe? I can't think of it right now. But if you hear how they talk, it's Christian dogma, like Western European Christian dogma, that they were rejecting, and even Arabized quote unquote Islam that they would reject, not the essential facts that are from the true sources, or the true ancestral meanings passed down. They weren't rejecting any of that. They were rejecting this mess that's propagated amongst us, that's caused us to be colonized and enslaved. That's what they were rejecting. But that's a different conversation than what the brother right here is having. But perhaps if I give him some breathing room, he's rejecting Western or colonizer thought processes likewise. Because so far, all the definitions he's given are the things that we would have been taught by Western proselytizers of European Christianity. That's what we would have, those are the types of interpretations we would have given, and he's rejecting all of that. So in that sense, he's still not quite pushed off into, oh, you're a heathen, get him. He's not saying any, I don't see any of that yet. But I do see that if that is his understanding, he still has some journey to take. Because so far, it's almost like he sees the origin of creation in a pessimistic way. You understand what I'm saying? He's seeing it in a pessimistic, like he doesn't see anything decent in the purpose of being in and of itself, but rather a hostile environment, you understand, that's intent on destroying its human occupants. That, that's a perspective it seems that he's coming with, and that's where we would have to debate. We would have to debate because there would be two sides to the coin he's talking about. Because I could make the same argument. Well, she had a healthy birth. Not only did she have a healthy birth, but she had quintuplets, and they were all born very healthy. It rained over here, and not only did it rain, but they had a surplus of growth. I could talk about all the bonuses that happens every day, just like he's talking about all the critical things that he observes. I could talk about all the bonuses. We just so happen to be in the Goldilocks zone orbiting the sun. We, the humans on this planet, we just so happen to be in the Goldilocks zone that he would talk about orbiting the sun. So he's seeing the glass half empty. I'm seeing the glass half full. The element, it doesn't change the true nature of reality. Notice the words I'm using. Doesn't change it. Let's let him finish.
We're good to go. Okay? Not a problem. There's just no evidence of it. And this is why religions are called faiths, collectively. Because you believe something in the absence of evidence. That's what it is. That's why it's called faith. Otherwise, we would call all religions evidence. But we don't, for exactly that reason. So I'm given what everyone describes to be the properties that would be expressed by an all-powerful being in the gods that they worship. I look for that in the universe and I don't find it. So I remain unconvinced.
So here's the thing about, he says he looks for these things in the universe. Imagine if what he's looking for is not God, the Most High. He's looking for all these things, but none of these things that he's looking for are the Most High. And not only that, but in that which he's looking for, it might be a reflection of what's going on inside. Sometimes if you look for dirt, you're going to find dirt. If you look for diamonds, you're going to find diamonds. I mean, that's just, that's just that. In addition, the issue here would be is because Neil deGrasse Tyson is a scholarly authority, and take nothing away from his scholarship, nothing away from any of his credentials, but that becomes an authority over a position. The position that, because Neil deGrasse Tyson does not find what he's looking for, so it doesn't exist. Notice you're still living, you're still breathing, you're still observing. your journey didn't stop because presently you didn't find what you were looking for. I guarantee you that one way or another, you're going to find what you're looking for. If you die trying, you're going to find what you're looking for. The objective for us is to notice this reality, you understand, before we are compelled to notice the reality. I would suggest that Neil deGrasse pursue more holistic definitions, more accurate terms for that pursuit, because the terms and the descriptions and the adjectives used are not any adjectives that any observer may arrive to when they're speaking of an intimate relationship, experiencing the glory of the Most High. They're not going to arrive to that. I mean, and I'm going to let you know here, I'm not presenting myself to you as some type of scholar or even an adept of spirituality or anything like that. I'm simply a brother, your brother, sharing to you my observations and experiences and how, that makes me feel or what that means to me. But me, like what I'm saying, I don't say that that's the rule. That's not authoritative per se. You, just like anybody else, like Neo, anybody, you have to pursue. You have to, take your path. You have to take your path. He's taking his path, but I don't think that he should be so dismissive or conclusive while his journey continues. Maybe he can be conclusive about the things that are clearly not meeting the standards that he's placed for himself. I can agree that he has the right to have a standard to go by. If there is a quote unquote God, it must meet these standards. But I believe that one, if you were to look closer, bring it in closer a little bit, because a lot of he's an astrophysicist. That means he's out there. You understand? His scholastic credentials is out there. Come home. Come on in, and then observe there. Start there, and remove all these artificial terms. You understand? I would even tell him, don't even use the word God in your pursuit. Leave that alone too, because even that's not what we're talking about when we say the Most High. You understand? This like I've mentioned it time and time again. This language that we're speaking is not compatible with spiritual experiences. It deals very harshly with explaining spiritual experiences. It's very harsh. There's not even any harmony when I got to talk about it. If I say something to you from any type of African language, or even the older Hebrew language, you will feel, you can, as we use the words to talk about it, you would feel the melody, the harmony in any word that we would use. You understand? And I don't need to talk again. I'm not talking about necessarily relying using scriptural words. I'm just talking about the everyday language. Listen to brothers and sisters speaking, some of the African languages, and you just in a regular everyday talk, you feel a harmony that you will never feel in anyone talking English or French. Maybe French. I don't know. Some people like the way that the French has a certain flow, but even French is still rigid when it comes to trying to deal with spiritual conversation. French, English, Spanish. I'm talking about Spanish from Spain, because it's a little bit different when you hear Spanish speaking people in Mexico, even though they're not speaking their own language. They deal with the language differently. But my whole point is, Neil, your journey has not finished yet. Your journey has not finished. But let's go to a scholar whose journey did finish. Let's go to a scholar whose journey did finish. But let me make sure the commercials are let's do this. Okay. So let's go to a scholar whose journey did finish. And you know, he's a European scholar. I'm not going to tell you he wasn't a scholar. He, you know, there's things that he's work that he's done that did have usefulness. But I'm going to share him anyway, right here.
Now, Professor Hawking, in the very last paragraph of your book, you say that if we discover a complete theory of the universe, then it should in time be understandable in broad principle to everyone and not just to a few scientists. And when that happens, all of us will be able to start discussing the why rather than the how. And I quote, "If we find the answer to that, it would be the ultimate triumph of human reason, for then we would know the mind of God." Do you think that God can intervene in the universe as he wants, or is God too bound?
Listen, this is a very common Western, and I don't like to say it this way, but it seems to be true to me so far from every conversation that I've had with people of European descent or so-called white, is that every time you speak of the matter of the Most High, they often idolize the meaning. They also, what I mean is they make it to be an object. They make it as like a stone, like you're talking about a stone or something somewhere. Where God wouldn't do that, or God, why would God? You know, every time they talk about, it's like there's a separation. There's them right there, and there's God way over there. That's the kind of conversation that you would get. And he's doing the same thing right now. What would God think? Listen to that. Listen to what would God think? That's like you're talking about a human that's not in the room. What would Yahya think? What would Kareem think? What would Abdul think? He's not in the room right now, but he's over there. What would he think if he were here? What would he think if so and so and so and so did this or did that? What would he think? That person over there. Listen to the choice of word. It's these reasons that we have, that when we have this mindset, it's these reasons that we have a disconnect. It's these reasons that we have a disconnect. Is we distance ourselves from our condition, our nature, our position of being, our position of being within, manifesting the presence of the Most High, manifesting, being in the parameters, you understand, being within the dominion, wheresoever you look, all these things, being there, being one. Why is that so complicated? You don't see, it's like all your life, the Most High is manifesting before you an abundance of proof, but you keep looking elsewhere for that proof. How do I know? Maybe I can find it over here. How do I know? Maybe I can find it in this book. How do I know? Maybe it's in this rock. How do I know? Maybe I can Google it. And you keep saying, how do I know? Let's continue. Let's see what this Hawkins has to say.
Bound by the laws of science and of God, the how. And I quote, "If we find the answer to that, it would be the ultimate triumph of human reason, for then we would know the mind of God." Do you think that God can intervene in the universe as he wants, or is God too bound by the laws of science?
The question of whether God is bound by the laws of science is a bit like the question, can God make a stone that is so heavy that he cannot lift it? I don't think it is very useful to speculate on what God might, or might not, be able to do. Rather, we should examine what he actually does with the universe we live in. All our observations suggest that it operates according to well-defined laws. These laws may have been ordained by God, but it seems that he does not intervene in the universe to break the laws, at least, not once he had set the universe going.
Okay, I don't know if you were able to hear that well, but I will say something that Hawkins had some validity in what he was saying, but then he stopped short. When he talked about the laws, that the universe operates according to laws and so on and so on, but then he stopped short of, because the position that that the conversation went is a disassociation with the Most High and that which has been made to manifest, that which is the quote unquote created things, the humans, the animals, the plants, the plants, everything. And so it would be like, here's the universe, and then here's God sitting on a chair looking at like, what are we going to do with this here universe that I made, like I was playing with Play-Doh or something. Here it is. Let me put this little toy train right down here. This is the reason for our disconnect. When we observe and then contradict our observation, and then when we cut ourselves from our observation, you understand, when we separate ourselves from what it means to be, as if somehow there was this and there was that, there was what you are, and then you're cut off from what you say you're not. Understand what the word manifest means. That means you are made clearly visible, that our earthly eyes can see what you manifest. Clearly observable. That's what it means, manifest means. Okay. This tells me, because I can see, even with these eyes, I can see that which is manifest. And I can also see actions that occur without being visible to my eyes. You understand? Movements for example, think of the nature of a magnet. Think of the nature of the wind. Think of the nature of things that are not corporeal, meaning they don't have a body. But think of incorporeal experiences that you've had in your life. And you will see that both of these play a factor in every day of your existence on this planet. Every day of your existence. Which tells me that the nature of the Most High is seen and unseen. Seen and unseen. So you heard something from at least two people who are identified as being scholars. And the thing is that as intelligent as these people are known to have been, I often find many of these type of scholars who pursue a path that they like to call science. And because of the rules of science, they limit themselves to, or they say they limit themselves to the five senses. But that's a lie, because even any observation they make, even in a laboratory, is going to require the sixth sense to, make any type of conclusion or analysis of whatever they observe in the laboratory, and what you do with that next, and so on. Because otherwise, if the position that the scientists take, that that we don't have the conscious sense, the sixth sense, then you would have no morality. You would have no law or anything at all. We would all be savage. All across the earth, we would be savage creatures all over the earth because there'd be nothing to hold us back from, chasing after any desire, be it perverse or otherwise. There'd be nothing holding us back. You see us, you see many of our brothers and sisters who are experiencing living in the West, living in the US, under a system that has authorized the immoral behaviors and characteristics that come from unchecked human desire or corrupted human desire. Let me say it that way. When human desire is corrupted, because the desires that they have authorized or given permission to be implemented across the land aren't desires that are agreeable or in accordance with one's nature. These are desires that come when things are perverse, when your mind is perverse and corrupted, when your mind has been polluted and misprogrammed, you understand, or programmed with filth, so that this ends up manifesting as perverse desires within you. You end up pursuing things that in a right state of mind you would never even think about in the first place. The things that you see rampant in Western societies aren't things that you're born to pursue. You would never think to pursue this as a child, as a baby. You understand? And even as much as you will grow older, this would not be a suggestion. I'm talking about from your own mind. This would not be a suggestion from your own mind naturally. You would not be thinking to do the things that these immoral people are thinking to do. If you had honorable parents, mother and father, you will look upon them and you will see their method. You understand? You might even, quote unquote, walk upon them. I know, because I have. I walk, oh, what's going on in here? I've walked upon them. But my point is you would see a dynamic that's in accordance with human nature, not perverted nature, human nature. We need to understand the difference. That's what would happen if we did not have, if we were just limited to sight, sound, feeling, touch, smell. If that's all we had. But I would check, like I said, even that is wanting of more, because there are certain things that your sight would be like, no, that's I don't know me, but I'm just thinking, I'm looking at me, I would not want to marry me. You understand what I'm saying? I would look at me like, no, brother, get away from, go. When I look at my wife, nobody has to teach me this. I didn't have to go to a class to look at my wife like, whoa, look at her, right? I didn't have to go to a class to learn to be attracted to a female. No one taught me to be attracted to a female. There was nothing to it. I just looked. That's literally all. I just looked. But I don't have the same, if I look at myself in the mirror now, don't get me wrong, I see a handsome brother because it's me. But that's the extent of it. I don't look at me like, oh, if I saw you walking by, nothing like that. I have those desires instinctively for the opposite sex, for the woman. So I'm going to say this, because I would like that we understand human experience. It's human experience that we scribe, that we write down what we've gone through, that we write down, the hardships and the lessons that we learn from those hardships, and that the most aware of us, the most conscious of us, the most alert amongst us, when they write things down, they tend to have more effect. Those who are more in tune, more connected to the inspiration of the Most High, those who are more connected to the reality, to the existence, to the supreme being, and their minds are clear from any type of indifference or whatnot. I would say that would be a holy mind, a holy personality. So when that person speaks or writes, what they are writing, what they are speaking, is a truth they observed, and you know it's going to be true because they have there's nothing in them to want to speak otherwise. You understand? To want to speak otherwise. And the thing about people of this nature is, if they don't know something, you understand, they're not going to speak about it as if they did. They're not going to speak about it as if they, what I want to say, they were authorities otherwise. And that's why that's why we identify, certain ones as adepts of history amongst our ancestors, holy ones, prophets, sages, messengers, seers, adepts, because these ones have demonstrated a kind of authenticity. You understand? It wasn't just about having a gift of gab. You see, I would say to you that Elijah Muhammad, and I'm not like I don't say I am a follower of Elijah Muhammad, but there's, as a brother, as a person from amongst the melanated family, an ancestor even now, I would say to you that this person was endowed with wisdom. You understand? And he didn't necessarily have the gift of gab. He wasn't a eloquent speaker per se, but he was a deep speaker. You can have one and the same in a person, where some people are deep speakers and eloquent. You can also have people who are eloquent but not deep, and maybe even shallow in what they have to say. But in this case, he knew, from what I can observe, that the context of his message would be better presented to the people should he find someone who was eloquent. And that's where Malik El-Shabazz, Malcolm X, ended up, becoming like a prominent, if not the prominent, driving force behind what Elijah Muhammad had to teach in those days. Because not only was Malcolm X eloquent, but he was endowed with wisdom, and he was endowed with intellect. So it made a very powerful machine out of Malcolm X. And such a powerful machine that machine became a threat to the establishment. When you're a powerful machine, and when you have all the prerequisites to move masses, and not just any old kind of way. Don't think of this as like, the idea that some people have of Moses leading the children of Israel across the Red Sea. Moses is said to have been endowed with profound divine wisdom. Malcolm X was clearly endowed with profound divine wisdom. So it's not just a matter of him persuading people to, come and walk the way he's walking, but he backed it up. He what he was with was convincing, intellectually. That an intellectual mind would hear what he had to say and say, yeah, you're on a solid point. You're going somewhere with this. Not just like, oh, that sounds good, let's go. Not that simple. You understand? Not that simple when you're dealing with people whose nature is a desire for next level understanding, next level overstanding, pursuit of knowledge. That is what was the sweetness of the message, or that which inspired or motivated people to see him as authoritative. Not just that his words came out cleverly, but the words that were coming out were solid. You understand? that is a well-rounded leader. I'm going to say some words, and from there, we'll probably draw to a closing. We have reached 5 hours of this discourse. 5 hours, family. Many of you have tapped out and gone to sleep. Hopefully, only the body is what sleeps. Imagine you were playing this, or you were listening to me, and you went to sleep, and then in your dream, you had some type of profound dream, but you still were hearing, my voice or my oratory all the while. Stuff like that happens. It's deep. The nature of our existence is very deep, family. That's why, for me, the how do you know, it takes on a different meaning. The question is different for me. The question is different for me. It's not a question, like I said, it's not a question of integration. It's a question of methodology. I'm not being asked, as an interrogation, like somebody's, asking me to reveal the secrets or whatnot. Prove it type of thing, but rather, what is the method that brought you to your position, your perspective in life? What is the method that you use? Like, I would even ask, the brother Neil for, how did you get to know that? I'm not telling him that he's right or wrong, but I'm asking him, how did you get to that? How did you reach that point, that conclusion? How did you get there? How do you know? Say, I am. I am. You are, and so we be. Somehow, in some way, and these words be the key. Knowing who and why, knowing through I, we die to live, we live to die, and sigh. I sigh in this sigh, a sign the ancestors call divine. My mind tries but falls short to define that I am man. Over the overture, the song of true self, sung with the notes of cosmic breath, mathematics, bearing witness, closing bodily eyes, we can see, noticing the baby's cry, we overstand, baby, Merka, da, see, I am. Okay, dear family. So enough of that. So we did it. And there was a point in the course, in the course of this discourse, that I was like, because it takes something out of you. It's energy. It takes, that to do this is a struggle all by itself, like climbing a mountain. But because it requires something. So when I think about people who are by far more endowed than I have ever imagined in my life with knowledge and wisdom, that we consider them to be adepts, we consider them to be holy messengers, holy prophets, holy sages. I can only imagine just how much of a burden that would have been upon their chests. Just this little scratch that I'm doing here in 5 hours. And they were doing by far more than this every day throughout their entire life. So I'm just saying, family, for those that have trouble identifying with the reality of the Most High, I say open your eyes. You understand? And if you don't see by opening your eyes, then close your eyes so that your eyes may open. And in doing so, perhaps you will see. But one of the things I would also encourage you to do, in addition to that, is to avoid consuming the lies of the devil. And when I'm saying that, I'm not talking about a spook. I'm actually talking about some among humankind who are determined to become an obstacle in the path of the melanated people. Whether we are aware or not aware, they're determined to corrupt, distort, destroy, pollute, hinder, abuse, and even massacre the path of the melanated. Because perhaps they are aware that the way things began on this planet is the way things will conclude on this planet. And if ever you wanted to try to contradict the decree of the Most High, if that were ever possible, then in the mind of a devil, the best way to do that would be to try to destroy and to defeat those descendants of those who began. He said, oh, since you're saying that it will end the way it began, those who were here at first will be those who reign supreme last. Let me destroy those who are last, and then there's no way for the last to reign supreme. So let me destroy them. So say the devilry. So ignore. And a lot of the things you've been taught by such devilry, you've got to go back into all that and fact find. You know how they like to fact check whatever we post and whatever we put on some of their social media system. We've got, and you end up finding out that their fact checking is fictitious. It's not facts being checked. It's actually fiction being encouraged or used to deal with the facts. We have to fight to preserve our story, because there are people out there who, regardless, are just determined not to hear our story. Anytime you tell our story, they will want to try to resource, content deriving from scholars from amongst themselves that have arisen to, in their claim, decipher our story. And in every attempt to decipher our story and break it down, they make it worse. When they think we're just making it clear to everybody. We're making it so you can understand it, even though originally it was understood. It was overstood. And the results, the outcome that they come with ends up clouding up and mystifying that which was very plain, very straightforward, very clear. So we have to go back. We have to, go back into our mental library, dust off what's there, clean off any contaminants, and then look again. It's all there. It's only a mystery because we failed to look. It's literally all there, all around us, every day of our life. How can we miss it? How can you miss this? How can you not see any of this while it's before you? Why you manifest? Why we manifest, man? Man? Woman? How do you miss? How can you sit there and close your eyes to the reality of the Most High, who doesn't look, who when you hear is no mistake, and yet you manifest here and now, and you see all around you here and now what you manifest? How do you look into the heavens and observe and then make nothing of it. And then as a result, it causes you to reject the reality, to reject the Most High, to reject your very existence, your Most High, your reality. How do you do that there? I'm just saying, every time the eyes of this body opens, it's amazed by what it sees. Because the information that it brings back to the self, the things that the mind displayed before me are amazing. To see it from this aspect, from this angle, the human eye view. And then I can reflect even higher than that when I reflect. Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff. How do you look at this and then make nothing of it? How do you observe your being amongst all of this and make nothing of it? When you look at the most profound things, the one video showed the design and whatnot. And that's a mathematical rendering communicating all of this, all of what you observe. How do you observe and then come home empty-handed? Come home mentally empty-handed to say, oh, I didn't get anything. Every time you leave out, you should come with your arms full of groceries to consume. Because that's how it will continue to be. But we've got a lot on our plate this day and age. So much that, as the days progress, you see more people checking out in the most grievous ways. And it hurts. But I would say, dear brothers and sisters who suffer this way, don't cry. It hurts. But you need to understand, brothers and sisters who are kin to victims of genocide. I say don't cry. Because there's a much, much bigger picture. And in so many ways, why you may think that the enemy has the upper hand. They don't. And understand that there's checks and balances. The lives that they've taken, you need to understand that all of what would have been on the weight scales for the person whose life they took is now on their scale. It's now on their scale to be answered for. And in the place of that, these people, the victims of genocide, have now been given an open way to a much greater aspect, a much greater level of existence. I'm just saying, if that were a reason to wipe up your tears, that would be the reason right there, to know that the victims of these genocides, their suffering in this world has come to an end. They're not going to suffer like that ever again in this world. But the sights and sounds, the wonders that they are experiencing now, are capable of manifesting amongst now, is unparalleled to anything that we've experienced in this world. Man, I'm telling you, sometimes we just got to keep looking. We just got to keep our eyes wide open and not fear the spooky face of the enemy. The enemy is just doing their job. They're operating according to their nature. And the thing is we're going to encounter some form or fashion of an enemy that will take us out of this picture here. That's inevitable, that we will have to face that door and walk through it. I mean, yeah, we all want a preferred method of doing this, but no matter how we go through that door, you know, it always brings tears amongst the eyes of loved ones. Even if we went out in the most peaceful way, we're still going to cause tears to fall from the eyes of loved ones, because that's the very thing. We were loved. These people were loved. The humanity is crying. Humanity is hurt because these victims were loved. They see they were, and many personally, many we don't even know. We don't even know the names. But the fact that if many of us humans with hearts inside of our chest beating, and with a conscious heart throbbing, don't know their names, but we know that these people were innocent of what befell them, and in that way they were loved. Why? How so? Because nobody on the planet Earth that has any sensibility will ever accept that any of those actions were right to do. There's nothing righteous out of that, and that in itself should reveal to anybody the nature of the perpetrators behind all of these things. There's nothing out of any kind of self-defense mechanism, anything that would amount to such a massacre of people, of human lives, such a disregard. Nothing. There's nothing at all. You can't find any scripture, any page, nothing that authorizes or justifies that kind of an action. And even in the West, even in the States, you find ones losing their lives. Even in the motherland, people are losing their lives with no justification. And that this is happening at such a higher scale, that even greater threats of bigger losses of life are at stake right now. And the people who are pushing the button for something like that to happen have no concern. Because the people, nobody on the face of this earth wants or desires the type of conflict that's going on in today, the nature of conflict that's threatening the lives of humanity. Show me one population in any country that looks forward to something like that happening. So that tells you that there's something more going on, more devious, more devilish taking place for people to be alert about, but not afraid, not fearful. Simply, putting yourself in a situation like when you get in a car, what do? You put on your seatbelt. Not that you can't still have an accident in the car, or your car can get hit, but this is a protocol, if you will, for how you ride in your car. At least you did one thing that could possibly help. Should push come to shove, and if it doesn't help, at least you were in the right. In this situation, your pursuit of knowledge and your positioning of your footing in a right direction, in a right stance, that's your seatbelt in this world. The state of your heart, the state of your mind, the condition of your body. And I'm not talking about just health. I'm talking about how you demonstrate and utilize your body amongst the people, amongst your brothers and sisters, friend or foe. That's your seatbelt in this world. So that whatever happens to this car, this vehicle, at the very least, you were in the right. You left in a right condition, in the proper existence, the way that, leaves you where you can't be blamed. You know, there are many people in this life who many of us may look upon shamefully, but they may be the people who do the very thing during their last breath before they even know what's coming that made all the difference and make them leave this world as of the most noble of peoples. That's why I say, we speak the truth, but we pursue a knowledge that puts us in a position where we don't have a place to hate. Again, being a people that pursue a path that doesn't contain hate is not the same as being passive. Because at the end of the day, while I may not hate you, the ones I love, I don't want them to be harmed by your hatred towards me or them. So my love for my people would compel me, you understand, to be protective of my people because of love of them. Yeah, I even have love for you. But my love for you is such a love that I would not even want you to do harm towards yourself. Let alone harm towards my own. But at the end of the day, if I cannot convince you to avoid harming yourself, I will at least do whatever it takes to convince you to avoid harming the ones I love. All this for me, if ever there was enough evidence for how I know. How do I know? I will tell you how I know. I observe. I manifest. I exist. That's how I know. By doing those three, and there's other levels, but by doing those three, that's how I know. Now, if you believe or if you perceive that you could do all those three and still come up empty-handed to the answer to this question, yes or no, then I would say you need to take a visit to the optometrist and get your eyes checked. I'm serious. Take a visit to the optometrist and get your eyes checked. So I'm going to say this to this question. What if I told you that the answer to that question is yes and no, not yes or no? Yes to the reality, to the truth of the matter. No to all the fictitious positions and claims, all the positions that have been taken blindly, without observation, without an awareness, without manifesting true being. So then for them, it's a no. For any like that amongst us, that's a no. Or anytime we are like that, because like you say, I'm not coming to you, as a greater than you or greater than thou, holier than thou, big I, little you thing type thing. Nothing like that. I'm speaking as a dust dweller like anyone else. I'm speaking on ground level, trying to dust myself off. Every time, the more I perform ablution, the more I got to do it again because some more dust collected again. Every day, what do we have to do? We have to cleanse ourselves every day. The dust won't leave you alone. Yeah, every day. Take that on whatever level, mind, body, and soul. Every day, the dust is trying to, to put you in a position. Oh man, I just did this yesterday. Well, here's a new day. So, dear family, that's these type of things. As I say, they are a road that it knows no real end, because there's always resource to build on. That's how magnificent, that's how mighty, that's how ginormous this all is for me. Is I could go to this source, this pool, and always come with something, because there's always plenty, to gather. So, yes, indeed, family. So I'm going to do this. I want to say I appreciate all those who view this live, especially if you were able to view it all the way to the end. If you view my lives to the end, man, I gotta give you credit. If you're able to view these lives all the way to the end, I have to give you credit, because this is 5.5 hours, family. Of course, you could jump the different parts, jump through it, but 5 hours all the way through the sit and drink your coffee and blast through these lives like this, you're doing something. You are doing something. Wow. So this is your brother Abdul Wadud, aka Questman. Another live on Soul Journey of Life, conscious social media. And yes, indeed, family. This is done with nothing but love and appreciation for my peoples, for the family, for my kindred, for my friends. You understand? This is what I do. I like to break bread. That's why we call this Deep Thought Radio with your brother Questman. With that said, Assalamu alaikum, shalom, hotep, peace and blessings be with you. I just want to shed some light. I'm just making sure the light works. And I'm going to leave out with this song, This Little Light. And by the way, note that all the songs that I play of mine are purchasable at souljourneyoflife.org/the light dome. They're on other platforms too, but I like to direct you to, my own Soul Journey of Life. So be sure to support. You can support the platform. You can support my efforts. Cash App, $, the Light Dome. You can also support my efforts by purchasing some of the music and whatnot, that you find on the website. But whatever the case, I say it to you, Asante Sana, in advance. Meaning, thank you very much. Okay. Have a blessed rest of your day, blessed your night, or blessed rest of your night, whatever time or case it may be, wherever you are. Take care and enjoy.
Light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. There's a little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. There's a little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Ooh, ah, 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 Camera steady, focusing, I see, say or don't say, pray, come take a walk with me, brother revolutionary, strike a medicine plan, and my fist can also become the open giving hand. I say a blessed man when I am a righteous man, spreading light to the friends, but they say not every skin folk be kin. Yet is it a win-win situation to remain in a space to motivate motivation, avoiding the drama of foolery, and those in love with the plantation. Ultimately, I am BEING, melanated, manifested KING. Roots on the ground, branch out like a tree as the world turns. My soul seeks love divine, synchronizing with ONEISEE. This little light of mine, I wanna let it shine now. This little light of mine, I wanna let it shine now. This little light of mine, I wanna let it shine now. This little light of mine, I wanna let it shine. Seriously, I stay pondering the happenings going on all around about me. I can see increasingly the world becoming more and more deadly for those wishing to live naturally, morally, righteously. No safe place to lay or rest your neck, or even the very words I say may now appear to many as disrespect. What a twisted hot mess. Yet the question of the hour, stress or not stress. Imagine a people who take pride in their wickedness. I recognize who the serpent is, so consider the advice through the verses that I speak. Practice what you preach throughout the crises. It all comes to an end below 6 feet. Afterwards, we must give an account to the use of the breath of God within. Weigh scales of righteousness versus sin. This little light of mine, I wanna let it shine now. This little light of mine, I wanna let it shine now. This little light of mine, I wanna let it shine now. This little light of mine, I wanna let it shine.
I